Flat Earth British, Martin Liedtke speaking. Happy Flatterday and flat thumbs to all. Hey! Word, says Desert Diagnosis. So I'm stoked to be here, guys. Well excited, as you should be too. It's going to be fucking fantastic. Some of the discoveries, way ahead. It's going to take us way ahead. Spin your head out. Spin your head out. You probably won't sleep tonight. So do buckle in. Be warned that if you're new to Flat Earth British, this will feel strange. Okay. Hopefully, probably, will be a memorable post. Okay. So welcome all. Flat Earth British, good Flat Earth British crew. Let's see you all in chat. Let's take this off because I can't actually see shit. Get your happy hats. Kick back. Let Martin do the driving and take you on a crazy roller coaster ride. What we're going to do in this, guys, because this is what we do in Martin Liedtke world, is basically we think things that have never been thought before and things that have never been said before in the order they've been said before. Chuck them out there into the ether. So shall it be. So is the way of manifesting the experience that we're all sharing, which will be fantastic, by the way. Because we don't do any negative bullshit. You see what happens when we don't get involved with their bullshittery and wankness? Yeah? You stay fantastic right the way through. I mean, this has been the best reset ever of a fucking fantastic time. Really have. Just saying, yo. So, welcome all. Much love to you all, guys. Much peace and love. It's been a weird as fuck week. It's been a roller coaster ride for myself. Give you a rundown on all of it. But rest assured, there is a lot going on Flat Earth British, guys. There is a lot going on. So, cool. It's like the London fog then. Let me just see my comms are in order. There you are. All sweet and sound. So, I'm live on Richard Lopez's Flat Earth News and Reports, which is on Facebook, which has about 30,000 odd members. Live on my Facebook, which is Martin Matson's, which is not all that, but it is. It's fantastic. I'm on there every day. I went live earlier on my Instagram to catch up with you all on there, and here I am for the amazing Flatterday experience. Okay. Oh my poor Brian. Oh my Brian. Oh, that's lovely. It's a back scratcher. I need that for this. Now, let me compose myself. Hi, Dream Watcher. Let's give you a few of you a shout, and I'll tell you what's going on here. We have got a lot. It's been a busy week, as I said, on Flat Earth British. I've had a few interviews this week. Fab Boy a couple of nights ago with Richard Lopez, okay, old school flat earther like myself, and Max Igan, and a couple of other minds on there as well. No, I will only be able to show a little bit of that at the end of this vlog, a little bit of a taster, because apparently the guy whose show it was on, there was a guest on there who, for some weird reasons, showed some incredibly sensitive and personal documents. Wow. Well, I don't know what that was all about, but basically, it needs to be edited and cleaned up, etc. And I'll give you a little taste, but it's going to be fantastic. That'll be on the next day or two. So that's 3 hours of Tataria with myself. I'm having all of this explained to me. It's absolutely amazing. It's just wish people would actually watch my posts. Yeah. The thing is, what I'm finding when I go on a lot of shows, guys, is they don't watch us, so they're not really like, I'm like, you're a lot miles behind. Don't you actually watch Flat Earth British? We did this years ago, you know, but everyone else, obviously, in this realm doesn't watch Flat Earth British. If they did, they would find themselves like years ahead on the informational front of the rest of the realm. So we're going to talk about some high strangeness and spookiness. We're going to go deep end trippy tonight, guys. Deep end trippy. Okay, it's going to be very weird. As fuck. So we're going to think about mirrors. And I always talk about mirrors, but made a couple of discoveries and put some stuff together, guys, and the deeper implications of what I'm about to explain and show you are fantastic. Fantastic. I guess the end implication would be that I think I know how to reactivate Antiquitech. And I think I've discovered that. And if Antiquitech is put back online, then that's it. Okay, then this game over. This place will have a new vibration, and the evil influence that is got hold on us would just gone. Would just be evaporate in a second. Spell broken, gone. So I'm thinking that we are definitely on the right track. So we'll give you a rundown on this. It's dead exciting, guys, this stuff. Okay. We're going to have a think about the place where we live again. Okay. And the nature of how we perceive consciousness in the way of everything is actually upside down and reversed. Did you actually know that? They may have told you in school. If you actually, I didn't go, but I'm going to give you a rundown on how this place actually really is upside down, even in the official narrative. But first, we're going to talk about highly spookiness with the mirrors. That's going to throw you completely, that is. I'm going to think about comets again. I'm going to think about what they truly are. That might be interesting to you. We're going to do decodes. We're going to think about basically the place where we live. And I'll just give you 100,000 things to think about on the next couple of hours. So, Wood and Nichols, also GW on Wood and Nichols, actually called out Flat Earth British. I'm very, very dare the cheeky little puppet, yeah? But he will be responded to in kind. Myself and Campbell also of Autodidact has been called out by GW. The cheek. Oh, we'll sort that out. That's coming. So yeah, I was on a couple of shows as well as earlier in the week. All of we talked about on the way through here. So let's give a few of you shouts. Jongs in the Netherlands. Jonis, excuse me. So yeah, they've gone nutty, haven't they? Everyone's being lulled into a false sense of security. Don't want to talk about Rona things too much, but I did see them hosing them down in a Brussels park. You don't want to be gathering and enjoying yourselves. Not quite yet. That's not allowed. You look like you might be enjoying yourselves and being happy. Is that so? Where I live, in Cardiff, they literally called hundreds of police. You have to check online. It's just nuts. Because everybody is just sitting out drinking vodka, getting pissed, and basically being really fucking annoying in mass in Cardiff Bay. But that's legal, yo. Yeah, you can have a bottle of vodka and act like a complete twat, because that's completely legal. Have a spliff, though. You're a fucking criminal. This place is infinitely fucked. In many, 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 many ways. I'm getting more and more fucked. Do you want to see some of the emails I'm getting, guys? Absolute horror fucking stories. But, people like to send me stuff that's got negative intent, so I literally overview them and then I unrudely dump them. We're going to have a fantastic time. We're going to have a laugh as well, guys. So how many of you watching? It says on my computer only 40. Oh, actually, there's 438 of you watching. All right, guys. Do you reckon you could basically share this out, get a gang over before the juice gets flowing? Because we're all going to learn something together that may be important later on or sooner. No, really. So, yeah, and decodes and all that. So let me give you all a few shouts, compose my shit, because I've had a really, really weird week. I've had come across a kayak, so I've been tarting up a kayak because I fancy going out on the water. I can't see that, my eyesight's just shit. I am human. We love you. So I'm going to go out on the water. I need another kayak is what I need because I've got a nice local river. Catching up with you lot. Basically editing and going through for the very last time before the publication of the new Flat Earth British book, which is fucking mind-blowing. Okay, the Holy Grail of the Great Reset. We'll talk about mud floods, we'll talk about resets, and basically nail it home in a way that them can under-fucking stand. Because my last book was obviously it was aiming at academia anyway, but it wasn't picked up on because basically it's before its time and yet to be discovered, I feel, because basically it's a bit advanced for them and what does these words mean? The bad, hi guys. No, really. Alva Billy, love you too. We love you too. My blessed blah blah. Gina Love Spinozo, 440 watching. Let's get a big crowd in tonight's Flatterday. They don't know what they're actually in for. They really, really don't. So yeah, more information on basically the venture to Antarctica. So I've said yes, but I hope they understand or overstand that I won't be having any fucking jabs. So they have to just come up with it's in no offense to South American countries, but the police are more corrupt. No, not they were more corrupt than the British police. So I reckon they could probably grease their way from me, get me down to Antarctica. I don't know, but I can't be doing. I'm not going to be able to live with myself and I guess a lot of you guys too, just out of the old conviction, or dignity, or any of it, with their fucking insanity. I do not consent. None of us do. It's just fuck off. Fuck off. We go and unload your weirdness elsewhere, is the buzz I'm on. So this week, after my last post, I told you all I fancied basically visiting friends this week. I was feeling a bit fucked up and needing like a break from just work and being stuck in for months on end. But my son has been unwell, but he's had like an infection and he's fought it without the need to go to a doctor or antibiotics. But did it with good food, etc., garlics and things like that. But anyway, I cut a long story short. I had like sort of the most time was like, do not fucking travel. Now I reckon it's safer to travel in lockdown than not in lockdown. In lockdown, no one fucking bothers you. They don't. In non-lockdown, there's police everywhere and they're pulling people. So I just had this buzz that if I traveled this week, because I'm in this this state of mind at the moment because we are in Armageddon, I don't think I'll be able to hold it together if anyone comes at me with insanity. Yeah, my schizophrenia might not hold. That's what I'm saying, and I might not respond in kind. So basically, I didn't travel until this just stops it or calms down because I'm not feeling good about any of it at the moment. Lulling everyone to a false sense of security is what they're doing, guys, before they come up with the next weirdness. So, information. Dick Richards, good to see you. Thanks for your emails this week. Moonbeam. Oh, Hippie Shake. We love Hippie Shake. Tweezer, my friend she's Welsh too. She's from Wales land. Don't know where that is. It's this massive country. It's big as Siberia. Very, very beautiful. God's country. God goes here on holiday. Actually lives here. We don't tell anyone. Existentially, we just know we're fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, we have Shirley Bassey. Yeah. Try listening to her without getting a shiver. I dare you. If you're like eating a pastilles fruit without licking your lips, it's impossible. So, Durgish Diva. Hello, from Nazi communist America. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? Imagine all this 2 years ago if I'd have told you all this. Oh, I did. Rosemary, good day. I give you plenty of tip off, guys. There's just nobody ever listens because until it's actually here. Message Diora. Oh, Studora. Yes, I get that. Earth Fairies. Lavender is diffuser. Well, I got a lavender joss stick burning right there at this present moment in time. No coincidence there. There's Jenny. Hi, Jenny, who is Loving Meats, which is a lovely name. Hugh Essence. Get well, Welsh Dragon. He's much better now, but I had to keep an eye on him because basically, it's my son, and you got no one else. So, and without doctors and infection, it's a worry. If you go, we used to rely on antibiotics and stuff, and if you've got no confidence in the doctors whatsoever, unfortunately, they've put themselves in a worse place than they did before the pandemic. We can't trust them at all. We're not being facetious or horrible. We just can't fucking trust you. It's all about big pharma, not the individual's actual health. It's how I can make some money and get this person on drugs that it's never going to need for the rest of its fucking life and milk it like cattle. Yeah, don't let them treat you like shit. Don't let them treat you like a cattle. You're not. You're great. Yeah, you're fantastic people, all powerful. This realm is ours. It is not there. They lost control quite some time ago, hence the reset. They're just like treading water, like stupid people until they fuck off. While we lot just expose their bullshit to the hilt, which we will, basically. Empty that fucking hold. So, Mike James, good to see you. Oh, that's Alpha Billy. Sorry again. Oh, Paul Shelby. I've only been to Anglesey. I've never been there. Never been to Anglesey. I'm from South Wales. It's different down here. We're all common. It's all posh up north, apparently. So, not that I'm classist or anything, but because of my upbringing and I'm like British old school, to me to sit I can get on with everybody, from professors to homeless people. It doesn't really matter to me. I just see people. But for people who think they're better because of their class, I find that really repugnant, and I like to wind them up, have a way with people. Cat Dodd, you're in relation to Ken? Yeah? Go feather duster. Yeah. Eric, good to see you. Kathleen, Aileen, Eleanor, or Eileen, is that right? excuse me, they're losing their grasp, no doubt about it, 100%. You feel it every single day. And after this one, they won't feel too well at all. I just relish in it. This was discussed between me and like Max Igan and on his hangout the other night. The fact that, you know, the great satisfaction the truth gives you, you know, that even, you know, that at the end of your life, you'll think to yourself, what did I achieve? Did I just sit there, spunking my life away and achieve fuck all, moaning like an old bastard? Or did I get off my ass like a man and do something about it for the people? Yeah. Fight for the village. I don't know. They kicked it out of a lot of people years ago. The British people never used to put up with any of this, guys. I'm just telling you, times have changed. Wait till this passport comes in and people can't do nothing. See if they change then. Anyway, on with the show. Now, it may feel a bit weird what I'm going to talk about. They shrew me since I've been hiding from Holland. I haven't got the Rona, don't worry. So, Flat Thumbs tour. Martin, compose yourself. Okay, Flat Thumbs, go like that. You fucking Flat Thumb it with Flat Thumb power, which has an awesome sort of magic to it. It's like magic, only better. Rex regs it. Okay, I think I'm about ready to get into it. Now, there's going to be some stuff you never knew before. If you've been following Flat Earth British for a long while and you've been dot connecting and, you know, doing your own research, then there's a point in this when a lot of the information that we've discovered with, you know, open ends is just all going to go. Oh, yeah. Sweet. D-Truth, what's this? What are you saying? Oh, sorry. Oh, hi, Kieran. Good to see you. I did see a D-Truth there. Martin Leaker, your thoughts on voodoo and black magic? Oh, I don't actually approve at all. I don't actually know. It's interfering with insanity, isn't it? And it's evil, isn't it? Because if people are going to be sticking pins in it to harm somebody else through evil intent, I reckon it's 100,000% a consequence and probably karma times 10 come back. Voodoo. Don't you know? But I'm no expert. I'm just saying, yeah. It's not my cup of tea. Voodoo Magic Mon. Well, Voodoo child Jimi Hendrix is supposed to be a Christian faith, isn't it? That's what keeps me away. Just saying, yeah. Well, it is. Voodoo's supposed to be Christians, practiced in Jamaica and you know, in Central America and stuff, isn't it? In Louisiana. We've all seen James Bond. We know how this shit goes down. You go into a cafeteria, the wall turns around, yeah. Next thing, you're in front of Jane Seymour, and she's reading you the tarot cards. Kieran, what's up, brother? You're having a long one for us for the threads. Yeah, I'll be having two. Keep myself going for you all. Okay, Brian Tucker. Ooh, I love that burn the flats till the that name. Burn flat till my stomach's flat and the earth is as flat as the earth. Indeed, indeed. No reminder. Yeah, you won't find me on YouTube. I'm nearly impossible. Apparently, we're a select little crew. YouTube deemed it so. We break through. You're so grateful to find you. The one I see you all. Grateful to you here, and we can all discover together. So let's get, what's that? Matt Hancock deserves a nice foreign vaccination. Don't talk to me about fucking politicians. Please don't mention their names. And his name, look, Hancock. Hans Hancock in the same fucking name. Are they taking a piss? That says it all. Really? D. Tyler Dunbrack. Karma, or Martin would say Karma Ridge. Indeed. Solitude. Oh, solitaire. Yeah, it's a game for one, isn't it? There's a lot to be said for being young, free, and single, though I am just saying. Solitaire, she could read my deck anytime. Same. James Seymour. She stayed all right. Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, didn't she? Oh, yeah, much love, Dario, brother. He's basically this guy here. He's a homie, and he was on a corner about 5 minutes. I'd probably shout out the window when he heard me. Ronald Madis, LOL. What does that mean? I think that's like 101. Do you know what 101 is? 101 is. It's the room where you go in 1984, where they make a rat eat your face, or whatever your worst nightmare is. What's your worst nightmare? Tell me. Anyway, Word Up, good record by Cameo, we must say, except for them crazy underpants. We didn't dig them with Cameo, but the music was really brilliant. Just saying, yo. Word Up. So, there I am. Like, let's get stuck in. Today's presentation is I Can See You. The mirror Terrorvision. It's going to get a bit strange, this. It feels weird when I'm talking about it. Even going through the pictures seems a bit strange and weird. So the clue is, I can see you, but a mirror can't. Now, I think the key to the whole thing, guys, somewhere along the line, is Mercury. Now, if we can't substantiate whether a red Mercury is a real thing or not, even though BBC and Wikipedia tell us that it's not, yet you can order it on fucking eBay, apparently. And in other narratives, you can see clocks and other things that have red Mercury in them. So they say it's not real, and yet you can find out that it actually seems to be real. So we have to make the mind up about that. So we're going to think about mirrors, the way they were made, and the technology that they could possibly be. Okay, it's spooky. I don't mean to be, but we will balance it up with some good humor. So buckle in, and I'm going to get underway sharing screen. So enjoy your stay while you're here. To make sure to share this out. 672 happy flat day, flat firms. And let's get underway. Now, Detoodle pina colada. So, they're in the mirrors. Now, why am I thinking that? Now, I've said it 1,000 times, actually, on Flat Earth British vlogs. Is there's something going on with reflections and mirrors. And I'm not the only one who thinks it. It's all the way through antiquity. It's all the way through alchemical depictions. That is something going on with vanity fair, and mirrors, and the image trapped in the mirrors, or whatever technology. Now, this is a Mercury mirror, Mercury backing. And they took Mercury backing off of mirrors in the mid-18th century, 1700s, and replaced it with quicksilver. And quicksilver, coincidentally, is one of the biggest mining operations in the age of Tartaria. Some reason. So mirrors, as you can see, there's not really one in place there, but they seem a little bit wormholey in some regards, and the Phoenician. So some people, I think they're a clue to the nature of our reality. I think they're a clue to simulation, and I think they're a clue to how it all works. Now, if I can just put this clear. Some people program themselves through mirrors. They look themselves in the mirror, but are they seeing an actual true image of themselves? Well, not really. They're seeing a reversed, upside down image put right by the Brian. And it's not the real world, or is it? It's a complete other realm. And as I said, you know, the alchemical images of, you know, what appears to be reflecting off mirrors, and it can be interpreted as some sort of projected reality. Now, the all-seeing eye, the Masonic all-seeing eye. You see these picture frames, we see these blank mirrors, which is plaques all over Phoenician architecture, 1,001 of these little pictures with these little realities in there of the Phoenicians, and this scary thing. Not that I'm saying this has happened, mind, but what if your image in the mirror didn't respond in kind as you did? Would that not be quite terrifying? Now, there's 101 narratives about mirrors. If you break one, there's 7 years bad luck. And Asian cultures, the Romans, the Greeks, all had something to tell us about mirrors. This is from a film, interestingly enough, called The House of Mirrors. And they have like basically a fairground where you go into these mirrors and they distort you. Check the colors. The old red and white stripe. I thought that was interesting. Why would they do that? So, excuse me. Mirrors, in case you didn't know. Some interesting things here, guys. Early glass mirrors were backed with molten metal. Okay. And the difference in materials made a lot to the broken glass during production. In Florence, the process of lower temperatures, lead backing was created, and later years, mirror was also a closely guarded secret by the Phoenicians. Who are the Phoenicians? So they had a metal on the back of the mirrors for years that was a closely guarded secret. What the fuck? What they used before mirrors? Water. So they say. And they say that the Romans invented like windows and glass. So what is the backing on your mirror? It's transparent, abrasion, tires, corrosion, nothing in the modern day. So when did they stop using mercury in mirrors? Mid-1800s. Isn't that interesting? Mirror makers stopped using mercury in the 1840s, instead switching to silver nitrate, which is still used today. Purpose of mercury during the 16th century, liquid metals were used in the production of mirrors. So we can establish that mercury is a part of mirrors in the past, in the golden age of Tartaria, etc., and they replaced it. And it's a technology which is a closely guarded secret. Okay, move on. Now, we talked about this loads on all of these channels. On Global Vision talked about it, John Levy's talked about it, I've talked about it. It's fascinating. We can't really, unless somebody gets hold of a big load of red mercury and repeats this experiment, it's nothing but an idea. But I think there is a clue. I think there is a clue, and it is deeper. Is that red mercury can't be reflected in a mirror. Red mercury cannot be reflected in a mirror. Actually, as crazy as it sounds, it doesn't bounce the reflection back. So when the red light hits the mirror, the red is literally absorbed into the mirror. So the mirror eats the redness and eats it into what? Another dimension, another portal. So, and there's enough evidence that this strange substance exists. They say that it repels vampires. That's an interesting thing. I watched with my son the other day Ghostbusters, and they literally pulled out a blueprint for an old Tartarian building in New York and said, we have the blueprint. This building was designed as a device for drawing in spiritual energy out of the ether. I thought, well, fuck me. All you had to do was replace that with energy and you would have nailed it and emitted it. So I thought, well, maybe there is an element of that, you know, guys, the spiritual energy. Prana, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call it, there could be an element of that in technasmia, and I'll tell you why now. Okay, so let's just imagine for a second that this is a real scenario. So, if they are, got some sort of technology going on, okay, not that we can understand the Phoenicians and their reflective watery technology, but what if that these are the all-seeing eyes and they are watching us from the other side, possessing us even, and that's how they get into us. Now, guys, element of truth in this, I'm sure, to it somewhere, but change the fucking channel. Terra No. Okay, tell no one. Tell everyone. Change the channel. Change the vibration. There must be a way to do this. Now, I'm thinking, if they knew about this in the past, that this was our connection, and the only way to freedom, the only way to true freedom is wear mercury. Now, guys, they were putting mercury in their clothing. They were putting mercury in their top hats. What if they were putting mercury and red mercury into their clothing so as not to be perceived by reflections and mirrors and the watchers? Now, wouldn't that make sense? Fuck yeah, it would. Now, Brian, this might come as a surprise. Guys, hold on for your hats. They were using mercury in church organs. In church organs, guys. Now, you know what I've said about organs with technasmia. You know, when organ's good for your organs, it puts out, you know, cymatic waves or geometric shapes into the ether for the benefit of people, etc. This is a fantastical science. Check this out. Organs. Description. An organ is a musical instrument that produces a sound when air is moved through the pipes. Antique organs, including pipe organs, commonly found in churches, usually contain mercury switch or manometer, used to regulate the air pressure and produce a constant harmonious sound. These parts comprised the organ's wind system, which produces and stores and delivers the air to the pipes. Such switches and nanometers may contain substantial amounts of mercury. So they're not in them anymore. Purpose of the mercury in most organs, the manometer is connected to the bellows. This manometer regulates the pressure of the air as it's sent to the bellows, causing the reeds to vibrate and make a sound through the mercury, guys. The vibration coming through the individual pipes are blended to create a harmonious sound. This is the fucking key, guys. Yeah, you get the mercury back in these organs, and then it goes through the mercury, does this special geometric magic, and then you're going to get the, the result, the required result. Okay, which makes the music emit from pipe organs different than produced from electric organs. The mercury tilt switch contained in the organs is usually an on and off switch that used the main chorus reverb. So yeah, they got rid of them. They said it was hazardous. It's bullshit, guys. Listen, when I was a kid, Max Igan said the same the other night. My friend's father used to work on the steelworks. He used to bring tubs of mercury home. Guys, I've had the stuff in my mouth. Yeah, well, I did when I had fillings. But I mean, I used to play with it. Just roll it from hand to hand, and maybe that actually would explain a few things. But yeah, it's mind-blowing. So it's in organ. It was in organs, guys. It was in organs. And mercury's been used in a lot of regards. Okay, now it is a big part of the story, I'm sure. Mercury, is in hermetics, hermetic sciences, etc. It's all about mercury, isn't it? So barometers, it was used. I know they used mercury in World War II for proximity mines, even bullets. Used to be mercury in bullets as well. And they used to use mercury in pendulums of clocks. Pendulums in clocks. Thought that was interesting too. Oh, God, the stuff. And mirrors as well. Okay, description. Most 16th century's mirrors attached to the antique dresses were likely produced by liquid mercury amalgam, like the stuff they put in your teeth. The mercury actually contained a reflective layer behind the glass portion of the mirror. Of the types of antique mirrors that contain mercury include silvered mirrors, tin mirrors, mirror makers stopped using mercury in the 1840s. Instead, they switched to silver nitrate, as I said earlier. Cluage. So what sort of spooky shit they said about mirrors in the past? Well, I've always thought that they were a gateway to another dimension. I ain't got mirrors all around the house, and I'm not the type to even look in them much. I just can't. It's got a bad buzz about them, okay? It's just me. Okay? So, some of these are actually bullshit. So, in ancient times, water was used for mirrors, so they say, whatever. Mirrors reflect sound well as light. That is interesting. That is very, very interesting. I know they use mirrors in lasers and they use it for reflecting light. I get that. So the second about interesting facts about mirrors is mirrors that reflect sound waves are known as acoustic mirrors before the development of radar. Oh, isn't that fucking interesting? There are not mirrors on the moon, you twats. Mirrors reflect matter. Mirrors can reflect matter just as they do light. These mirrors are known as atomic mirrors. They use an electromagnetic field to reflect neutral atoms and are used to trap slow atoms or focus an atomic beam. So we can't substantiate whether that's true or not, but I guess if you did have an electromagnetic field around a mirror, then it could stop some light, for sure. Mirrors can split light. Mirrors can be used to split light, and this is why it's commonly used as telescopes, as I said earlier, and beam splitters. So mirrors can cause hallucinations. So we brought up some of this on that chat the other day with Campbell and Sonia and Callum that I was on the other day. You guys may have seen, where we said that if you just stare into like an object, say the lamp or my speaker or whatever it is, and just keep staring and keep staring, eventually it sort of morphs, then it fuzzes, and if you keep staring long enough, that shit disappears. Okay, you get maybe a little bit cross-eyed, but somewhere along the line, this object disappears. And I've practiced this myself as well. So I'm not saying it's related to this, but mirrors can cause hallucination. Another top fact about a mirror is that researchers found that mirrors can cause hallucinations. Now, being researched, many people have declared that if you sit in a darkened room about 3 foot away from a mirror and stare at your reflection for 10 minutes, you could start hallucinating. Well, maybe you could just like save your money on mushrooms and LSD and go and sit in a dark room in front of a mirror. This is caused from small disorientations developing within your reflection. That sounds sinister. Other people have declared seeing other human faces appear as well as animal faces. Holy shit, that's horrible. Mirrors were invented 200 years ago. Oh, were they really? Roman superstitions and myths. So what do the Romans say about all this? Okay. Have you ever wondered where the superstition about the broken mirror? No, not really. Couldn't give a shit either. But well, tell us. Okay, the fact is about the number of 8. Oh, cheers. 8, 7. So it's been 7. Fuck off. That don't matter to me. And that is the ancient superstition all the way back to Roman times. That is Phoenician. The Romans believed that if you were to break a mirror, you would damage both your soul and life, which are renewed every 7 years. Oh, they do say that's true. They say you atomically replace every 7 years. They say the liver takes a little bit longer. So, like, basically, if you was a battered alcoholic and you packed it all in and started healing, in 7 years, all of those atoms would completely replace and you'd be a brand new human being again. So they do say that. Interning causing 7 years of bad luck. Bloody Mary, I won't talk about that because it's just like Beetlejuice. Don't do it because some stupid person out there might try and it might come true and then I'll be to blame. So don't do that. Sounds like weird magic. So link these up later. So other strangeness about mirrors. So broken mirrors damage your soul. Is that true? If you stand... Now, I've seen a crazy picture, a painting on the side of a building in Cardiff I posted last summer. And it was of demons or shadow people climbing through shards of broken glass. Very unnerving picture. But now it's starting to make a lot more sense. I think I said that before, but it is now a lot more sense again. That guy was well tuned in. He knew a lot. So, excuse me. 831 of you watching on Flat Earth British Matter League channel, which is absolutely fantastic. So just who we got here in my chat? Alex Automatic. What's happening, my brother? Good to see you. Hate your mirror and also look older every day. No, Mary, you're getting it wrong. This thing's more than you think. Yeah. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Well, not you rank. The mirror said back. Yeah, that never actually happened. And now, Mandela effect, it's magic mirror on the wall. And mirror on the wall doesn't exist anymore. Okay, that was, you dreamt that. Didn't happen. So anyway, so broken mirror. I'm not going to read all that because basically I'm all out of reading. Ghosts live inside mirrors waiting to attack you. I don't know. They maybe could possess you. I sort of used to program. I think I do. So program myself in the morning when I swim my face. I look myself dead in the eye. Because, you know, if you've got any shit going down, you ain't going to be able to look yourself dead in the eye. Okay? So you look yourself dead in the eye and you say, better, bigger, better, and everything. And, you know, just program yourself in the mirror. And I reckon it works. Okay? Bigger, better, younger. Try that. Anyway, you can access creepy mirror worlds whenever you want. So just like with the mobile phones, taking 10 billion pictures a day, breaking off this you know, this paradigm, whatever it is, this matrix, this hologram, whatever you want to call it, into 1,000 shattered shards every single day. No wonder we don't know what time it is, and we don't know where we are exactly, and this place is going completely crazy. But mirrors, they're a key. So souls of the dead can become trapped in mirrors. I've seen that in the movies a few times. But that's that Bloody Mary thing again, and I'm showing you that because people might actually start reading it and stuff, and I'm not really cool with that because it will not do. So the world, let's have a little change of thought. You know, sticking with mirrors in the back of your mind, we're going to move ahead a little bit, slightly different now. Reverse vision. Okay, now this is what they tell us about consciousness, or the way that we perceive things, is that the world we see is actually upside down. Okay, and the actual image of the tree and the eye, and what we see is the upside down image. So I get the right way up in a glass of water, and the brain turns it around, and the final image, okay, in your brain, because all is mind, is the tree put the right way round. So even if I say to you, well, we are living in a reversed reality, everything is reversed and everything is upside down, they tell you that the eye is reversing everything and turning it upside down. Now a mirror is a reflection which is also already reversed. You see the double reverse back in the opposite. Fuck me, this is deep and horrible. The pupil, okay, the light goes in, and that's how the image is perceived, and the brain turns it around. So there's a lot to be said when people are saying, you know, about curvature and stuff, that, you know, the eyeball is definitely curved, if they are perceiving anything. You know, I was thinking of going to the police and reporting some missing curvature. Officer, I think there's some curvature missing. It ain't showed up yet. It's been 6 years. 6 years ain't showed up yet. So yeah, if you ever want to go into a mental institution, I was told years ago, tell a doctor what seems to be the problem. I've got a candle in my head and I can't blow her out. Apparently they section you right away. So I don't know why I told you that. It turns it around. So we are perceiving the world upside down, even in their narrative. Even in their narrative. How could it be that we are upside down and not falling off? What is holding us here? Is it gravity? No, this place is dense. And the further you go up, you know, it gets a bit stranger. I think it's different forms of water. I think you got watery creatures further up. And what if, let's just extend this thinking a bit further. Okay, guys? What if the dome was a buoyancy aid on top of this ocean? And I know we say the yellow submarine, but what if we were in a dome, obviously, but in a capsized dome and upside down? Like they show you in a lot of architecture. Why would they have an upside down Christmas tree hanging off of the dome? Like they don't know. Like they don't know, guys. The people who look at it haven't got a fucking foggiest what it represents, any of this, guys. You know, the upside down reality they tell you about quite a bit. So this sort of the cake dish, isn't it? I've done a 3-tier cake dish, but this is the cake dish ideas. Domes over the top of us, pressure system, and we're in here just like in a possible life raft. Maybe when this place is wrecked and reset, the life raft or the lifeboat, or the life buoy, is capsized. Okay, dome but take upside down. I don't know what, but I think that might be a site. So you've had domes in churches that are also been planned as upside down features, like literally upside down domes. They do them. This one's in netting, and they do upside down domes, and it might make some sense of the Oculus in the Parthenon I keep talking about. If you think of it in the lines of, say, a conical with a keystone that lets water out or water in. Now, what if we were like that? What if we were exactly like that. Because they tell us in the Indian fics, you know, with a turtle and he's swimming through an ocean and, you know, they got a dome holding up and there's a plane, just like in the Indian fakes. So they are sort of telling us in fakes like that this might be the case. Now, could it be that in the life raft itself, that we have smaller life rafts which are called containments? Could it be that the containments go up and down? Could it be that we're going up at the moment? How would we even notice? Could it be that the symptoms people are feeling are actually altitude sickness, which is why the sun's getting whiter, and when it gets lower, it's losing its heat completely? Why it's feeling chilly when it should be really boiling in Britain right now? Why the sun used to be yellow and it's now really, really white? I've said this before. Why the sky seems a damn sight lower than it ever used to? Why they've been chemtrailing like crazy, and why at night the stars seem so damn close, a lot closer than they used to. And the moon's always super fantastic big now, isn't it? So what if these continents are like this? Now, they tell us of basically continental drift. They say that the continents basically they are floating on lava. Okay. On lava, and the whole place has been moving over hundreds of millions of years, they say. Bullshit. What if these man-made, maybe mining spoils, what if at one time, as fantastic as this sounds, all of the windmills together moved these things, these continents to new places? Think it, why not? And the old idea. So what if we are like that? And think, you know, all right, it's only 12,000 miles, whatever, across, you know, 24,000 miles circumference. It's not that massive what they tell us anyway in their terms. So we don't know how big these, you know, these rafts are, or Noah's Arks, which we definitely all could be in. Look at this dome, the city in it. How many programs, you know, like, well, the dome itself, that program, the dome, or Hunger Games, yeah? I'll tell you. Look at this. Floating. A floating raft civilization in some sort of, well, that's what you see when the matrix or it starts to glitch, doesn't it? If you went to the edge, like, you know, if it was unrendered and you touched it off through a stone, I guess it'd go like this. So yeah, they have floating rafts, which are domes, just like that. So this is a bullshit image. It's supposed to be on Mars, but if you basically put all water around you, exactly like that, but it's had a bit of a problem and it's looking to right itself since it got capsized that time. Yeah, causing a terrible mess. So why are we all falling off? Density, whatever, doesn't even matter at this stage. Some strange weirdness, and what are we putting it in respective to? You know, what's our point of reference relative to what? We don't know, you know, everyone's just using like drawing like, oh, compared to what? Compared to the flat plane, compared to the globe. We have no starting point, so anything's up to question. Could be that in water, or that life buoy, but not as we know it. Oh, like that. Yeah, I think more like that. Oh, what a game they're playing with us, and they're watching through Terrorvision. Whatever they are. So this is the Welsh conical. You get these in America, I'm told, Newfoundland and stuff, but they are like, oh, the Orientals are using them there as well. But they are, if you was like, oh shit, on an English river, Welsh river, excuse me, they're used in Tibet. But there you are, they're traditionally used in Wales. So they're our traditional boat, which are like a little dome-aged affair. Oh, look at that. That's not though, like that. So they're almost a circular dome. And they've been using them quite some time. The Britons and coracles. Not conicals, coracles. Oh, that one's a coracle. The other one's a conical. 1842. Not much going on in Wales. Not much skyscraperage going on. And there they are. So I'd love to try one. Oh, the River Teffy. So yeah, boating. pretty good buzz. So, considering we're thinking it's water up there, what if comets were jellyfish? What? I know that sounds fantastical, doesn't it? But check these old depictions out, guys. They look like, and like I said, right, if you imagine it's different densities of water. So you get up to like the domage, and it's like basically that high density water that we all seen in that documentary on YouTube, when a guy's in a submarine and he's at the bottom of the ocean and he sees a lake and he tries to penetrate it, a lake under the sea, and he can't because the water's denser. It's like deuterium or something. You can't go into this stuff. So when you imagine that the density drops off and there's different fluidities and viscosities of atmosphere as you get further up, then I reckon critters could, like rods. They say rods are up there, and guys, there's no way out of this. Okay, if you look at the sky with night vision goggles on, or even a pair of binoculars, or even your mobile phone, there is shit flying around everywhere. And I've always said it's critters, is what I've always said. There's critters up there, because I tell you what, it ain't orbiting fucking satellites. Okay, so that's what they look like in ancient depictions. And this is a jellyfish. They come in all shapes and sizes. They do look very, very, very comety. So what if a comet was actually traveling through the medium of water, and when it's all lighting up, I guess it might be bioluminescent. Yeah. Do you know what I heard? There wasn't an entry for sonoluminescence in Wikipedia. Basically, tar in a jar, star in a jar. Now, wouldn't that be all just like them? So other people have proposed, I've said myself years ago, is it just a chink or a hole in the firmament and the light from above is shining through? No, I think if it was a hole in the firmament like that, I think the water would be fucking pouring in. Now, I definitely think there is water below us, guys. Yeah, how do I think this? Listen to Once in a Lifetime Talking Heads. Not that dictates reality, but they are from the Tavistock Institute, and I think they are giving us big fun clues. Okay, water. Well, that looks very, very, very jellyfishy. Jellyfishy. Ooh. And could it be like, electric eels as well? Crazy, but look at that. Definitely looks comety. And definitely looks like them. Jellyfish. Atmospheric comety jellyfish. How do we even know? Could be alive. Anyway, moving on. No, I'm coming back for a moment. Check up with you guys and tell you where we are at the moment. Excuse me. 900 of you watching. Did you actually share my show? Will you please? I'll be very, very grateful. Thanks for that. But Brighton's aching. Oh, God. So let's have a think about what we just learned. So Terrorvision. Could they be actually watching through a medium of water and reflections as some sort of advanced technology watching devices that we are indirectly interacting with because we don't know any better, thinking they are just a humble reflection and a mirror? And is it possible they knew about this technology in the past and they were putting mercury in it, in the mirror, to block said Phoenicians or evil entities or whatever in the mirror? Yes. And is it possible that they took the mercury out in 1846 to reactivate said Phoenician technology of vanity and mirrors? Now they're pushing vanity like there's no tomorrow. How many people out there are all fucked up in their brains because they ain't looking like the magazine cover? Yeah, they push people into depression, anorexia, eating disorders, self-harm, and all sorts, because they are, showing you magazine covers and what you should look like. Get in the mirror and look fantastic. So apparently, you get a lot of people sat in the mirror trying to make them look fucking tastic, which some got absolutely no chance whatsoever anyway, not being unkind. But you can see what they're doing, can't you? So it's like drawing people to the mirror, and then the mirror is a technology. And that is a sinister. It's not as crazy as it sounds, guys, when you're standing there with the black mirror in your hand every day. The scathing mirror is used for black magic in thousands of years. You have a black mirror right in fucking front of you. You monitor, guys. This is sinister, understood technology the mirrors and the reflections included, we should not overlook because we don't understand it yet. It's clear that this is a thing. Okay? This is clear to me anyway. And I'll see if I make it more clear, find more evidence. No. Next, we have fantastic images. It's going to be fucking nuts, this is. We got a lot of humour and everything. I'm going to give a few of you shouts. I see Peach Moon is in the house. Yes, Scrying Mirror, exactly. Sam from Prague. No, you never miss too much. Just watch first, what are we on? First hour of presentation. We got another hour or so to go, don't worry. More fun. So, no, Dank Aaron. Wijin. I've heard of you. Do I know you? I only have one black mirror I use, and that's my monitor. I got like a mirror. I got it in the bathroom for like shaving, but fucking, I won't have them anywhere else. And I was the same when I was a kid as well. I was the same when I was a kid. I wouldn't have them. I wouldn't have them near me. Isn't that weird? My mother always used to say, Martin, you're such a spooky cat. I should say, yeah, I know. She'd say more than that as well about me. What's that? Pushkin Castle says, transgender to make woman want to look like an anorexic boy and fake bosoms. Apparently, as trippy as that fucking sounds, love, that is the case in the modern day. It's weird as fuck. And they're pushing for weirder than that as well. I don't know. I'm old school, me, love. Yeah, I was born in the fucking 60s. Yeah, I went through 1970s Britain. Yeah, we were still in fucking Tartaria in 1970s Britain. It was epic. The world was like proper old that I grew up in. We still had bomb damage. Fucking brilliant. From the war. Ships, pianos, people with personalities and characters. You see many of them now? No, you can't understand them because under the fucking masks, aren't they? You can't hear them. Sorry, what did you just mumble? And in the case of the females, it's like, isn't she probably pretty? You know, this really limits our interaction with people, doesn't it? When, you know, I lost all respect, like I lost all respect for a lot of people because of masks. Yeah. It's like, even though that they're just doing it through ignorance because they watch the telly, it's like, no, man, you should tell them to get fucked. Yeah, well, be a man. What the fuck? Winds me up. But like, as I was discussing the other night with Max Igan, that I think he thinks as well that there is a selection process. Yeah, guys, it's almost like the powers that should not be saying, all right, let's see who's the dumb fucks out there. Let's see who the people are too stupid to go and get themselves exempt, and the people who wear a mask endanger their health under an order that's not even real, a law that doesn't even exist, just on their consent alone because we told you to. We asked you, and you said yes. That's basically it. It's, you know, the wheat from the chaff, isn't it? And the people who are left are the people who are critical-minded and, you know, can literally cope with the new realm that's coming. All is that done? I've been Nottingham. One love, my brother. Oi, Martin, I shit if you not, brotherage. Flat thumbs. All is that. I've been Nottage. Notts County, oldest football team in the world. See, I know my trivia. I can now see we are all confused. Oh, I like that. So we'll have to think about some new words for in the chat feed, shall we? So I've been thinking about colours and portcullises. Now, you know, miracle is miracle. Miracle is miracle. And how many times have they told us, guys, that all of this is just smoke and mirrors? So, a few decodes. I was thinking about portals in my last post. So, castle entrances, and you get them on old coins as well, like the old 2p we used to have, one are called portcullises. Portcullises is actually portcullis. So, is it a port that you go through to be culled? Or is it just the murder point of a castle that you culled them there? Regardless, it's telling you it's a port that you go in to be culled. Is that what castles' true purpose was? They got portcullises, portcullis. Just saying, yo. So, we're live, aren't we? We're live because we are live. Now, The electric is live, isn't it? If the electric is no longer live, then I guess we'll be dead. Unless we are already. Make sure to share the show. You're coming up to 1,000 people, and with everything that's on the other channels, I guess we're there already. So super fantastic. Hope everyone get happy hats. Right, we'll try happy hats. What I'm going to do now, for the remainder of this, I'm going to have a different hat on and a different set of shades for every section of this post. I want you to do the same. Okay, so for this one, trippy purple. Okay, now we're going to start. Well, it's muzzle, isn't it? It's just like, you know, it just drives me nuts. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to argue with these people. Max Igan went in the butchers the other day, and he's like, they're not masky, they're normal in there, he said. And there was a fucking big guy next to him, and he's like starting, you know, saying, oh, why you got a fucking mask on? It's like, guys, I'm not being funny. I'm just not the type of person to be dealing with that shit. I don't care who the fuck it is. I'm just not. So for that case, you know, for that token, just be careful. Because I am not having anyone pushing their insane will upon me for others, yeah, or policing me for the state. We got enough on our case with the man, and now everyone's a fucking Nazi against us as well. You know, this is getting a really lonely life, you know. Fucking think about it, guys. The only ones we can actually talk to, if our families are not awake, then it's one another, yeah. And then outside in the outside world, so you're gonna have to talk to a person who's a non-nababo, possibly turns on, possibly he's not fucking nuts, possibly who knows that all is lies and doesn't believe all the mainstream, possibly someone who's not addicted to poisons and alcohol and drugs, people who don't watch television all fucking day. See what I mean? So that's most everybody, isn't it? So it really limits us, doesn't it, guys? You see the problem? It's fucked up, isn't it? So we're like getting like more and more rare, aren't we? The truth is, I feel that, you know, there is a point. You know, I see in these numbers in these protests, but you know, like I said, guys, all along, I'll go myself, but they don't achieve jack shit. If they get me there, you know, I can get my, you know, I'm a bastard, so I can get my word in. But like, I'm just saying that it achieves jack shit unless I'm there. Otherwise, it might be controlled. Just saying, y'all. It's a fucking war on, guys. They're everywhere. You feel it too. 2 of my channels are down, so I got to be careful with this thing showing on Max Igan's, because basically Max is talking about fucking corona all over it. She's just like, I don't want to take the chance of like basically losing the channel, as I won't be able to post. My Flat Earth British think tank channel is Community Strike is up at the end of this month, which will give me more places to post and more regularly, thank God. Anti-Tarian channel end of July on community strikes. So we persevere. Anyway, what Burgess Bob saying about weed? You'd have to be more specific. I don't know what I said like 2 seconds ago. I got short-term memory loss. Might be the weed. No one I know knows nothing about truth. Well, Mary, I know you. You live local, and I know about truth. Rare earth. No, I don't know. Anyway, I went to the shops yesterday, and a guy across the road, well, I don't suppose about 30 or something, shouted, "The Earth's not fucking flat." I was like, "Prove it. It is, yo." Yeah, they don't want to argue with me. They just want to shout across the road. It wasn't being abusive. He was just being like jokey. 2 days ago as well, another gang of boys shouted like, "The Earth's not flat," but they don't want to debate it with me. Obviously, just I think they think it's all just a game and don't think it's serious or important or anything. I don't even know. It's really weird. So fuck them. That's one of the best statements of the year or the pandemic is fuck them. And you know, I've got friends that are literally. Oh, there's Richard Lopez, my brother. Nice one, Richard. I got friends that are stuck in situations and can't move and just can't get back to their lives, and the lives that they had are no longer there because of this fucking stupid shit. So are you changing your happy hats? Make sure to change your happy hats. Okay, got a new one going on now. You ready? It's Matt Hatter time, guys. So yeah, it's awesome little hangout, that Richard Lopez. We had a good time there. We talked about air balloons, Tataria. We blew Max's little head off. Yeah. He didn't know a lot of this stuff. We had to tell him. I don't think he watches our channel. I'm not sure. So, whoa, says Mickey Wallbanger. Poison Ivy. Sorry, I don't know the context. Lovely Margaret. I tell you what I like. And Margaret. You ever seen her? Oh, fucking hell. Sex on legs, that woman. Blue Hawaii. Watch that. Oh, that's hot. Don't watch it. Yeah. So anyway, I don't even know why I said that. I watched it the other day. That's why I really like the old Elvis films. They're really good. I'm just saying. They are. Okay, Viva Las Vegas. Not evil. They're brilliant in Technicolor rips, and Elvis's music's fab on them. I'm just saying. In the mood. Loving the miss. Okay, here we all are. Always about 950 of us, and I think that is significant. You mean in chat? Just coming up 30 more. Share this out. Get over 1,000. Not that it means anything anyway. I'd be quite happy if there was only 30 odd of us here, if I'm honest with you. You know, although it does help for getting the words out, but we are quite a selective little crew. There's not many of us. Not really. If I was to, like, you know, post my pussycat or something, you know, retarded, then we'd probably get in the millions of hits. But truth. So Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter's hat had Mercury in, and that's why they basically went mad, because they put Mercury in the hat. Again. But obviously with Mercury as well, there's the, you know, the connection with maglev technology, isn't there? You know, they put Mercury engines for Vimanas, etc. Bell technology is associated with time travel. It's associated with maglev. And if you put a vibrational frequency through, as we have found out, through Mercury, it's a whole game changer. I mean, the geometry passing through Mercury is a game changer. So if they have Mercury in the organs, well, guys, that has to be it. They take out the certain tone, or they call the devil tone. Okay, 1700s. Later, they take out the Mercury from the organs, block up the technasmia ports, decommission it, all around the same time. Just out of the age of photography, by the way. We are fucking on them, guys. We are fucking on them. Bro, I think we are winning. I can feel it. I'm fucking feeling it, brother. I'm getting all like rushes through the back of my head into the back of my neck. From wherever. Just checking. It feels like I get a warm feeling from behind me, like someone standing there. It really feels weird. My bunny is fucking fantastic. Thank you, Jughead. She's absolutely beautiful. Mega intelligent. Yeah, they're the thinking man's pet, you know, is a bunny rabbit. They don't shit everywhere. You haven't got to pick up shits all day. You just do little wrong things. They're really clean, always cleaning, and they're mega intelligent. And they're really loving. Okay, they gives you much love. You would never believe it. Johnny X Dish, you are everywhere, my friends. Welcome. There's about 20 of you or something. I see you everywhere. What if the dome can move and we get covered by water on the other side near the timeline? Fuck yeah, definitely thought it 100 times, brother. Just, you know, these sounds they've been hearing in Bristol, they call it the hum and all that. And then sometimes you have like this terrible noise out the window, which sounds like it's metal grinding. I always thought, oh, well, that's the mechanism. Of the dome turning. Stars do a rotation on the inner dome every single night. We can see the star trails, we perceive them, can't we? So there's one love to my blessed brother, who is Richard Lopez. Sub to Richard Lopez, one of the most epicest old school flat earthers out there. We both are. We were like old school veterans on that hangout the other night. It was absolutely epic. Hiya, Jilly. I've got your hangout, your link here for what you do so well. We always swim. Yeah, I've got a kayak, but I'm not a very good swimmer. No, I'm thin. So, like, the atoms, like, in my body are very, very dense. I'm big boned, surprisingly. And I just sink. Even if I tread, I just fucking sink. Something wrong with me. I'm not very buoyant, is what I'm saying. Tony Tyborn. I wonder why the sky is blue. It's the first thing they said that Einstein, before all his special relativity and all these other bullshit. The first question that he approached is why the sky blue, and he said it was scattered into the light rays, wasn't it? The only one left was the blue, which is what we perceived because it comes in slower than the redshift. You know the bullshit going down. Sounds like a fucking fictional thing to me. Sounds like there's just, obfuscating the fact there's actually water up there. This is nice on my Brian, this is. Anyway. Kappa! Squirrel. who is the best moderator in fucking Flat Earth. There's no doubt about it. Paul Whitfield. I used to have neighbours called Whitfield, and that's the guy that got Mercury from. There's another thing. Water loves you so much, it wants to keep you. No, when you're at sea, you got to be really respectful to it. Try not to give it an oil slick at 75,000 litres. That will piss it right off. I'm not saying that I did that. I'm just saying don't. I can't float either, says Rocky Legacy. You might be big bones. I find people like... I'm not saying like bigger people or anything, but they are more buoyant, aren't they? So, sad you can't float. Don't worry, I don't give a fuck, mate. Yeah, listen, when I was at sea, I didn't intend on falling in anyway. You fall in, you're fucking dead anyway. What are you going to do? Blow a whistle in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? Yeah, you ain't going to survive any fucking way. And I didn't even give a fuck, to be honest with you. People keep saying, you might get killed, you might get killed. Don't do that, Matt. You're definitely going to get killed. And I was like, yeah. I'm sure what the point is. See, that shit don't even bother me. It's just weird in my head. Yeah. This place has killed me 1,000 fucking times. Let me tell you guys, this place, when you're me, yeah, it's always trying to kill you. Let me just tell you that. And I like Die Hard. Like literally, I will die hard. Michael. So I noticed they're increasing on the flat thumbs emojis. I've had 3 on my Facebook in the last 2 days. So flat thumb emojis are actually turning up. I'm happy with that. Yeah, thought they might get on it. Buoyancy. What about Holy See? Yeah, the Holy See, like the Vatican. What if the Holy See is there's holes in the sea? Anyway, let's share more screen. I've got a lot to get through, and time is getting on. So keep your vibration. We need number 30 people. Share this out. Share. I tried killing me all my life. John Thomas, don't do that for them. That's them winning, yeah? I used to have a self-destruct mechanism as well. I literally fucked myself up to sabotage myself deliberately on a subconscious. I think we've all done that, haven't we? Bad situations, bad relationships, things like that. We all do it, my friend, but don't, because it's not good, because we love you. Okay, we want to see you prosper and blossom like the rest of us in Flat Earth Creation. The last year or so, people, I've noticed the change in my friends in this chat in a year, guys. A year of positive vibration, keeping it fucking real, keeping it sane, good living, better food, learning all the keys to, keeping the vibration up, basically, and not letting them get to you. It's worked a treat for us all. So it's a very good thing indeed. Excuse me. So I want to present some more stuffage, and I've got some humorous stuff, and I got some other stuff to think about. I'm gonna have a little vote at the end of this, whether or not you want to see 5 or 10 minutes of the Max Igan interview thing. It's being polished up. Basically, they had my volume on a little bit loud, but it's better than not being heard at all. Like people do complain. But yeah, it's fantastic. So I'm hoping to do more. I mean, if I got a microphone on order from Amazon, and it's like, what? It was only about £9. But they say it's for Skype calls and shit, so it may fucking just nail it. So I seem to have mic problems one way or another for years. Ank Ash, don't bogart that joint. Don't bogart that joint. He who hogs the splitter gets stoned us, don't you know? Somebody accused me of being posh earlier as well. Yeah, they did in comments. Are you posh, Matt? Dean, I want to see Max. Yeah, all right then. Yeah. He was being a legend, so I guess we can manage that. Okay. All right then. Only 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I can't watch much of it because basically the guy on there, like a plum. No offense, he was lovely too. A bit of a plum. Went and put his fucking personal and important details all over the fucking video with Max Igan on there. The fucking loads and loads of people will watch. I wonder why you would do that. Yeah. How can you forget and leave your details, like your bank details, up on a vlog and present stuff and leave that up and accidentally show it? Huh? What? That's weird. Who makes mistakes like that? Anyway. Share. And I'm going to share screen for you all. Okay, we have some weird stuff. I'm not going to read all of this, but it's a clue because basically we've been thinking about this all along, haven't we? Have they been putting bones into the red bricks? have they been putting blood into the red bricks? Well, there's a thing here. I can't sort of tell you if this is like real, but it says blood and bones were made, have the missing people and animals gone? Excuse me. Where have all the missing people and animals gone? And they're saying they're putting them into the cement, and it's called Cemex. So I'm not sure, because it's a bit of a bold statement where this is coming from and whoever these people are. But they are saying that missing people are being recycled, and their blood's being recycled, their hemoglobin's being recycled. And the advantage of using blood is the oxygen in it produces lighter concrete. So you get like aero or like crunchy concrete because of the... So I can't tell you if it's real, so I won't go on about it too much. It's a bit of a big fucking thing. I'll give you the link. You look at it yourself. But I'm just saying it's a coincidence, because we have been saying that, they've been... they did 100% put bone into bone china for the vibration, okay? And all of the elites like JFK and the Queen and all of them would sit down for tea with their bone china to drink out of human bone, okay? You can look at this for yourself. The royals used to eat human bone in the 1700s for good health. I shit you not. Yeah, they didn't even think of it as cannibalism. So I'm not saying that is definite, because I kind of, whoever these people are, I don't know nothing about. But just saying it's out there, that the missing people and animals put into bone. I think that they should get the blood out. Yeah, 40,000 people make a bag of gold. Another spooky thing is this: why are billions of dollars worth of ships being intentionally destroyed? Why indeed? A little while ago, I was in Devon over Christmas with my son. Break, as you know. And there was 6 massive cruise ships out in the bay, not doing anything. Back 6 months ago, or not far into the epidemic itself, I had a call from someone who was in a San Diego port, who told me he was looking out of his portal. His exact words were, "I'm looking out of the portal to all the cruise ships in the world." So he was making out that there was like hundreds of cruise ships in this place. This island of San Diego. Mind blow, asked him for a photograph, but he didn't take the risk. A couple of weeks later, somebody sends me a photograph of Miami docks jam-packed full of cruise ships. I get it that people are not going on there from epidemics and that, but why build a ship for billions of fucking dollars, yeah, this quality, just to break them down at the yard? Yeah, why would they do this? Insurance, whatever you want to think, but they're definitely breaking down all of these massive ships. What if we do get inundated and they don't want ships, so everyone saves themselves on these boats? If they break them down, then there's no way of getting, that we could save ourselves on giant ships, because these are cities, aren't they? Yeah, thousands of people on each ship. All you got to do is take the fucking thing. Who's going to stop you? And these are acts. So they break down all of the abundance of these. This could sell for $1 billion. I don't understand why they're breaking it. Or all of them. I'll link it up. Look for yourself. They say it's on economic reasons. And I'm saying it's not economic reasons. I'm saying that they fucking get rid of them, just in case something happens. And they don't want us to get out of it. It's quinky-dink, don't you think? And it seems non-economical. So... crazy adverts and stuff. We're getting up to 1,000 people buzzing. Absolutely fantastic. We've seen this. This is in the expositions. I've got a photograph of this, actually. 1915, California, San Francisco exposition. And they had a giant typewriter out in the street there for some reason. 14 tons of typewriter. I wonder if it was called Corona. Anyway. The best way to strengthen your child's immune system is this. And this is right, kids, guys, yeah? Let your kids get covered in mud. Let them eat mud, yeah? Everyone's got to eat a bit of shit before they die. When I was a kid, I looked like that every single fucking day. I lived in the gullies of Ely, which were full of dog shit, lollipops, and just fucking Ely-ness. It was just great. So we all look like that, and you catch nothing. Yeah, your immune system is boosted, and you have a happy, healthy life. So don't deny your immune system or your child's for them. Fuck them. Think of your children. Anyway, Lisa Saneri, who's a friend who lives in Glastonbury, posted this outside Glastonbury Abbey this week. Subscribe to Mountain Leaker on YouTube for more information about the Italian building stood in front of them. So thank you for that, Lisa. That's really sweet. In case of fire, break glass. That's genius. That's genius. So if you got a fire, get your marshmallows out and fry them. What's marshmallows made out of, guys? Is it made out of meaty stuff? It's like mallow, isn't it? Is it marrow? Mallow? I don't even know. Somebody'd have to tell me. What's marshmallows made of, guys? I don't know. Is it marrow? Is it beefy stuff? Is it gluten? Is it what? Pure sugar. Oh, thanks, QSense. Oh, that's all right then. So, proof. Like I said, the absence of curvature. This is a brilliant one. Real life experiment, surface reflection. So a curved surface, okay, if it were curved, would give you the sunspot or a sun, and it would look like this. But on a flat surface, it comes all the way to your feet. So which is it? Is it this curved surface or is it this flat surface? Yes, that's right. It's the flat surface. Yeah. It doesn't take a genius to work this shit out, you know. People are so programmed that they debate with you over things that they have never researched. And who said that? Space is fake, says that. Nice when space is fake. Well, fucking put my broski. Yeah, cognitive dissonance is a fucking thing. They just don't know what they're on about. And I can't be bothered even debating with them. I have people want to debate flat earth in my comments with me. And do you know what? I've reached a stage where I just can't be bothered. Evergreen, evergreen. So I'm thinking of blocking maybe, I don't know if my canoe would block the Panama Canal. It might block a canal. I'm trying to think of a famous canal. Why are they telling us evergreen? This is a jackknife lorry, and it's the same as that stupid ship that's stopping all, you know, the world's goods coming through. Have you seen the photographs? They reckon on that evergreen ship, guys, that it's jam-packed full of people, slaves and stuff, and that's what it's all about, and they've been getting them off at night. Do you reckon that's the thing? Farmageddon. That's why we can't trust our doctors. How many vaccines did you have when you were a child, guys? 70, did you tell me in comments earlier? I got a fuckloads of holes in my arms. I haven't got a clue what any of them are. 1983, 10 vaccines. 2013, 32 vaccines. In 2018, 74 vaccines. Autism rate in 1983, 1 in 10,000. In 2013, they were 1 in 88. And if you got to 2018, they were 1 in 36. That's 1 in 28 boys had autism. Why boys? I don't know. Why didn't they say girls as well? I don't know. But isn't that an interesting correlation? No coinky dink at all. Just coincidence as well. Yeah, fuckface. Yeah, you deserve that as well. Yeah. It's been over a year, still wearing a mask. I found the perfect one for you. Fuckface. How about passports for paedophiles, rapists, and people genuinely who are a threat to the public? Oh no, that's right. It's against their human rights and right to privacy. They are no safer than the unvaccinated. So this is how fucked up the world is. And we just gonna take it? Fuck no. Worldwide deaths, January the 1st to April 4th, 2020. Oh, anyway, at least they cured everything, the flu. 59,000 of corona, 125,000 of seasonal flu, 200,000 of water-related diseases, 250,000 of malaria, 276,000 suicides. No shit, fucking Sherlock. 348,000 road traffic accidents. I doubt that. No bastard was driving. Hang on. This might not be real. So, hang on. Nobody was on the road at this time. The roads were empty. Fucking lies. 500,000 died of AIDS, did they? All right, whatever. I just tell you this is bullshit. 600,000 of alcohol. That might be true. 1.2 million of smoking. 2.1 million of cancer. Nearly 3 million of hunger, and 11 million deaths by abortions. I would say that's probably true. Poor babies. Remember back when we used to eat cake after somebody blew all over it? Man, we were wild. Yeah, remember we were blowing all over them birthday cakes, guys? Yeah, all our slobbery germs. Yeah, fuck that shit. I ain't changing no habits just because they say something's out there. You know, even Meatloaf knows. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Fucking right, you won't do that, oh Meatloafy baby, with them nice big fat man boobs you got in that film Fight Club. The more real you get, the more unreal the world gets, says one of the John Lennons. That one, whichever one that was. But he's bang on. He's bang on. The more you know, the more unreal it seems. He's fucking so true. Right. Here's a nasty disease. I hope you're not suffering it with yourself. It's called empathy. Oh, it's a bastard, it is. Oh, no. I wouldn't advise it to anyone. Anyway, frequent need for solitude, yeah, and then you sulk all day about it. Always looking to help those in need. Oh, that's definite. Yeah, I do that all day, every single day. Excellent listener. I have tried to improve my listening. No, I've got told I'm a good listener. I've been told that. You are very intuitive. Fuck me. I'm like so psychic. It's scary. Also looking for answers. Oh, yeah. Ew, yeah. What's that? Initializing other people's emotions. Maybe. Getting that love thing going. But hopefully not too much. Don't fall in love with me. That'd be weird. Love of nature and animals. And look what they chose. Yeah. Maybe the ideal empath pet is a bunny rabbit. Man, I'm like full on empathing at the moment. Strong belief in humanity. Fuck yeah. Natural born truth detector. Are they talking about me? People, even strangers, want to tell you their problems. Fuck it. Now, this is me. Unexplained fatigue. No, I don't get that. Violence and cruelty on the media can be overwhelming. Yeah, I can't look at it. I find it really nauseating and upsetting. Just can't look at anything negative or even negative links. But the good news is, when the food runs out, we will still have each other. He's Welsh, isn't he? Anthony Hopkins, he's from the Valleys, although he's got dual nationality. He's also a Layan. So I've read these before. I don't want to read them all, but it's crazy the stuff they will get you into lunatic asylum. Let's just go through a few of them, because some of them are rather amusing. And you may not have seen this before, but in 1864, 89. Okay, let's have a look at a few of these. Kicked in the head by a horse, that would be good for getting into a mental asylum. Ill treatment by husband, imaginary female trouble. You having any trouble, are you, love? Okay. Crazy bastard, get her in. Hysteria. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a mental fucking problem. Immoral life. Well, I think it'd have to be more explanatory with that. Immoral life. Yeah, write a list of things that you're allowed to do and not allowed to do in your moral life thing. Imprisonment. Yeah, that'll make you nutty. Jealousy and religion. Yep, both drive you right fucking nutty. Jealousy, tear your head out and your heart. Religion, yeah, make you just go weird. Yeah, next thing you know, be knocking people's doors, asking them, telling them stuff. Laziness, that is definitely something that should be addressed. Marriage of son, as long as it wasn't marriage to son. Masturbation and syphilis. I don't know, that sounds a nasty story. Masturbation for 30 years. No, they're not really telling you whether it means that he was like literally, or she, masturbating 30 years constantly. But I reckon that might be a thing, you know. Yeah, I think that if you have the vaccination, I think that could what's going to happen to you. Yeah, that or you're not blow off a pair of wings. Medicine to prevent conception. Menstrual derangement. Oh, okay, no, let's not say that's not a real thing. Yeah. Mental excitement. Oh, fucking hell, they section me. I'm always fucking mentally excited. Novel reading. Yeah, be sectioned. He's just read a novel. Are you a book read? What you reading for? Nymphomania. Oh, I think that needs to be addressed, whether or not it's enough to be stuck in the nut house. I think that needs to be addressed a lot. Opium habit. Oh, yeah, that'll make you nutty. Overaction of the mind. Oh yeah, that's a definite problem. Overstudy of religion. Yeah, my mother always said to me, Martin, stay away from the Moonies and don't read the Bible. They all go nutty. I said, yeah, Mum, I'll do as you say. And yes, I was becoming in good stead for all my life, I thought. Anyway, overtaxing mental powers. Oh my Brian, like I just got. Parents were cousins. Oh, fucking hell, they had kayaks on the river, didn't they? Oh, fucking hell. I don't like the sound of kayaking now. Mind you, Ely rivers are not that, like plagued by hillbillies who are going to make you squeal like a pig or anything. I'm just saying, they were on kayaks. Yeah, Bert Reynolds is dead as well, so we'll be able to save you. Periodical fits, yeah, they'll do tobacco and masturbation together. I don't know how these two are connected. Does tobacco make you horny and want to masturbate? I don't know. I don't think that's a thing. Political excitement. Yay, the Labour Party won. Politics, no. Religion, enthusiasm, no. Fever over loss of lawsuit. Well, yeah, that'll do it. Domestic affliction, domestic trouble, yeah. Dropsy. Oh, fuck me, I just dropped the microphone. Yeah. Egotism. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Epileptic fits. Yeah, stick something in his mouth, he'll swallow his tongue, the nutty bastard. Stick him away. Yeah, they must have literally sectioned people with epilepsy. Well, they did, and egotism. Excessive sexual abuse. I'm not sure what that would. It'd have to be more descriptive. No, don't be. Excitement as officer. Don't know. The exposure to hereditary, exposure to quackery, exposure to army, fever, and jealousy. I guess, and that's different to the other sort of jealousy in religion. Fighting fire, suppressed masturbation. What's that? Suppression of menses. I don't know. The war will piss you off. Time of life. Oh, yeah. We all get to that time of life, like every day. Uterine derangement. Don't know what that is. Venereal excesses. Venereal excesses. Don't want details on that. Maybe it's something to do with cooking muffins. Vicious vices. Women trouble. Superstition. Shooting of daughter. Yeah, you don't want to be shooting your daughter. Smallpox. Snuff eating for 2 years. That'll make you go nutty. Spinal irritation. Oh, I got an itchy back. Yeah, nutter. Gathering of the mind. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, I've got a gathering. You crazy bastard. Section him. Greediness is definitely something should be sectioned. Grief. Yeah, stop moaning. She's dead already. Get on with it. Section him. Gunshot wound to the face. Fuck me, what happened to your face? You look an ugly. Get in. Hard study. Don't know what that is. Rumour of husband murder. Oh, love. Your husband's been murdered. No, he's not. He's home sitting in the house drinking tea. No, love. He's been murdered. Oh, fucking hell. I think I should be sectioned. Salvation Army. That'll section you. Scarlatina, which is scarlet fever. Oh, yeah, that'll make you nutty as a fucking fruitcake. Seduction and disappointment. Oh, she came on to me all saucy like and then fucked off. Section him. Self-abuse. I can't stop touching myself. Sexual abuse and stimulants. Oh, I just had a bag of whiz and now I'm touching myself. Sexual derangement. I've had all the drugs. I'm touching everybody. Yeah, all sectionable. I reckon that gathering in the head is probably one of the worst. Very sinister, that is. So schools' playgrounds were lethal in 1900. Did you see this? They literally fell to their death. Yeah? 40 foot high in the air. You didn't land on little bits of wood. No. Concrete. Especially hardened for the heads. Yeah, man. Lethal. You would get killed. So in 1847, a doctor performed an amputation in 25 seconds, operating so quickly that he accidentally amputated his assistant's finger as well. Both later died of sepsis. And a speculator reportedly died of shock, resulting in the only known procedure with a 300% mortality rate. Sounds a likely story. But he has got his finger in bandage. God, he was shit, that surgeon. I bet they were. They were barbers. Now, I'm not saying that this is just silly anyway. Look at these dirty old men anyway. Look at him. Yeah? Fucking hell. Anyway, if a woman needs it, should she be spanked? Well, all of these men, not that I'm going to read them, they all think so. Look at his face. Yeah, my wife needs a spanking. She's a naughty girl. And my wife does. Get to my room, naughty girl. I'll deal with you later. Look at him. He wants to spank his wife. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's got abuse written all over it on them three guys. That is just fucking terrible. So anyway, that's the weird world we live in. Now, remember, turn off your computer before midnight. Can you remember that psyop? That was in Best Buy. We bought a computer. So you've got to turn it off. So basically, you don't get like millennium buggaged and you lose all your data. Every bastard believed it. Do you know what happened? Sweet fuck all. Like everything. The news has happened. Everybody's gone on now, but we're here to report it. There is buried here an elephant. Oh. Who, in defence of his herd, charged and derailed a train on the 17th day of September, 1894. So he's like basically charged the train and fucked it up. Out of a mark of respect, they say they buried the elephant on the side of the road. If that's true, respect. If it's not, well, non-respect. Let's have a look at this. Let's pick apart some of the kings and queens of England, shall we? We are historical after all. Partly hysterical, but historical. So this is dating back to the year 1320. And we're starting here with a Richard, and he can't seem to write properly. I'm guessing in chronology we're going this way, and this way, and this way, okay? Because we get up to Edward here. So I'm guessing that's Edward Confessonage. And where we got a James, we got a Charles, Regina, and we got Charles II. Okay, I'm getting there. We got a William. We got George, another George. Oh, they're writing as it gets more cursive as it comes on. Look at Elizabeth's, Elizabeth the First. There's Mary, Queen of Scots, and there's Elizabeth. And hers is like, what's all this fucking waviness going on underneath? I reckon I could have been a graphologist, you know. I reckon I could have interpreted people's personalities through their signatures. You find a lot about people through their signatures, you know. In fact, I've been doing detective work. I'll explain now. More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. So years ago, they were telling you doctors, yeah, do like your doctor does. Your good old trusting doctor has a good old fag, yeah? A good old suck on a camel. No, that sounded fucking wrong. Anyway. All of these rules for teachers in 1872, and they're all religious related. So it was a hard day for a teacher back in the day, you know, guys. Teachers each day must fill lamps and clean chimneys. Start your day. Each teacher would bring a bucket of water and scuttle of coal for each session, because you've got a coal-lit room. Make your pens carefully and whittle nibs to individual taste of the pupil. Like Fat Billy in the corner likes his nib fat, and Lucy likes a pointy nib. Men teachers may take one evening each week for courting purposes and 2 evenings a week if they go to church regularly. So if you're a man teacher, you can have your old twice a week as long as you go to church. Okay, number 5. After 10 hours in school, a teacher may spend the remaining time reading the Bible and other good books. Hallelujah. Women teachers who marry or engage in unseemly conduct will be dismissed. What? Is this the education boards? They're like the worst Nazis in the world. These people can't do anything without their fucking say-so with the government. This is weird. Number 7, each teacher should lay aside each pay for a godly sum of their earnings for his benefit during his declining years. How do you know he's going to be declining? That's really negative, bastards. So that he will not become a burden to society. Holy fuck. So when he's declining later, he doesn't want a burden on us. Any teacher who smokes, uses liquor in any form, frequents pool or public halls, or gets shaved in a barber shop, will give good reason to suspect his worth, intention, integrity, and honesty. A teacher who performs his labour faithfully and without fault, okay, abiding by all the rules, for 5 years would be given an increase of 25 cents a week pay, providing the Board of Education approves it. So basically, he's got to abide by all these rules, and then you get a pay rise. So 5 years of being a little bitch. That sounds like hell. So how'd you keep slim back in the day? And this is true to now. This will keep you slim, yeah? Keep your slender figure no one can deny. Is use. Reach for a lucky strike instead of a sweet. So no sucking them sweets, yeah? Get a toasted ciggy down your neck. Yeah, bring them back. This is supposed to be real. This is Attaboy from Atacama Desert in Chile. He was 6.5 inches tall, reduced and mummified human figure from Jivaro, Peru. And they say that is Atacama Man. I don't know if you've seen it, but they say he's real. You hear the shrunken heads, but not shrunken people. You don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Atomic Energy Lab. No, I would have absolutely loved this as a child. I would have been in my absolute element. If my mother had given me this Christmas morning, I was happy with my Meccano. But I'm just saying, if I'd have had radioactive products, my little eyes would have lit up. Like, you bought me plutonium. I'm so happy. You do love me. Right. Lessons learned. Let's have a look at the modern hairstyling of the 19 whatevers. I think it's good. Clues to Phoenician paradigms, definitely. Crew, oh yeah. Flat top, of course it is. Butch, college contour, forward combed boogie. Oh, the forward combed boogie looks rather good. The flat top boogie, the Hollywood, so that's like the bumwood. Professional contour with a little hair flick, and the executive contour. So, gay as fuck. Grow your hair. BBC played prank on viewers in apparently 1965, airing an interview with a man who claims that he developed smell-o-vision, a technology which allows aromas to transmit via your television. When a man chopped onions and brewed coffee live on air, viewers called in to verify that they could smell the odours. Now, that was before my time, but I reckon that would work, psychosomatically. It's like, oh, fuck me, can you smell them onions? Yeah, I can. Can you smell that coffee? Yeah, I can. I reckon that'd work. So here's a code for you ladies. This might be something to do with the ribbons. I was thinking, really. So it's a code like the fan code. So yeah, a courting code. You may want to practice this in the modern day. Yeah, or may not. Sounds a bit weird. Bow on the top of the head means that Anne Mitchell is out to get herself a man. So that's like, does everybody know this? I think she looks a little bit too keen. Don't look too keen. Bow worn in the back means Betty Dupre is not interested in men. She's interested in other girls. Bow worn on the right side indicates that Becky Brown is deeply in love. Oh yeah, she looks all concerned and serious and pissed off. She's definitely in love. Bow worn at the left is a signal and challenge. It means Betty Charney is going steady. So let's have a look at the difference between I'm deeply in love to going steady. She seems a bit happier. She seems really pissed off. I mean, the boats look the same. And then maybe it's a little bit more forward. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But there you are. So next time you go out, fellas, look at these bows and these chicks says. Let's see if we can work out what Freud said could never be done. The mind of the woman. Yeah? Let's see what's going on. So the cost of living back in 1938 was a bit extravagant. I thought this was a lot. I really do think it's a lot. So a new house, okay, in America land, was just under $4,000. The houses in America are like 16 houses in Britain. I mean, they're fucking massive. They're massive. It's ridiculous. Average income is, wow, look at that, man. Is that for real? That's not bad income, And the new car's only $900 or $680. What fuck me? What's he driving? Average rent £27 a month. Tuition at Harvard University. Who the fucking hell's this? £240, £420 a year to go Harvard. Listen, if I'm going to be time traveling, we need some old currency knocked up for me before I go. Movie ticket, 25 cents. Gasoline, 10 cents. Wow. US postage stamp, 3 cents. Ooh. Granulated sugar, vitamin D, milk, ground coffee, bacon, and eggs. Oh, fucking hell. That's a nasty load of crap, except the coffee. Men love fannies. Now let's get something absolutely clear, shall we? Okay, so nothing is lost in translation. Fannies in Britain are the front bit. In America, you know, like fanny pack, yeah? We call them bum bags because in Britain, I don't want to go into this too much, right, guys? But in Britain, right, this is a bum, yeah? Yeah, fannies and front bumps or front bits. So men love fannies. Yeah, in America, I guess you're thinking something else. Yeah, in Britain it's different. So you can get a suntan pill. Yeah, so it makes you look like you got a real suntan. Suntan pills, they seem reasonably cheap, only $10, like, or $17 for the next 5,000 years. But before and after, yeah, get a real tan, not a fake orange tan. I reckon this is what Trump's been taking. I wonder what makes you orange in it. You know, I have a suntan tablet. I want one. Right, let's check this out and see if this got an element of truth to it. Lips that touch liquor shall not touch ours. Well, let's have a look. We might be in luck then. Let's have a look. Okay, so she's puckering up, ready for one look. Okay, would you kiss her? Not without a gun against my head. Any of them would I voluntarily? No. Any man on earth, would you voluntarily kiss any of these? No. Look at it. Where's my kiss? So, yeah, that's just an excuse. Our muffins are moist and sticky, just like Fanny's. The fabulous bacon. But they are really nice muffins. And I guess you can test your muffins, see if they are moist by sticking your finger in to check for moistness. But like I said in the past, guys, that is, you know, the front bit. Oh, this is brilliant. Check this out. Check this out. Yeah. You'll be the cock of the walk with the new fall collection of Eldridge de Paris. Yeah. Check this guy. Yeah. So you're walking through your Scottish estate because you've got like $1 billion. Yeah. And you've got to have a little holder. So it's a little cock holding sporran. Yeah. You'd be the cock of the walk. Look. I don't know if they're like different size sporrans or cock of the walk things for different people, but yeah, cock of the walk fashion. I'd wear one out. Fuck yeah. Maybe they should like have like they do with emojis, like whether, you know, cool, she's up, bing, or like a medium one for, well, I'm not so sure, and that one's for, well, I'm not really that bothered. How can I end lockdown? Grow one of these. Fucking right. Grow backbone. Bastard. Yeah, fucking grandmas is something else these days, isn't it? I definitely would. Grandmas in, well, I'm actually 50, you know, getting on a bit anyway, so I'm grandfather age. Grandmas in 1981 versus grandmas in 2020. Boy, how things have changed. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Yeah. So they were like that. Yeah. Come here and have some cookies. Now it's come here and have some cookie. Yeah. Things have changed. Gilfs. Granny should let. No, I don't say that. Matt, me making friends, COVID vaccine cards. No, I said to you guys back in the day, I said, don't even worry about COVID vaccine bullshit. This place is as corrupt as fuck. They would just knock them up in printers and Xerox machines. They're already doing it. So this shit's going to be like everything else. Milk gives you strong bones and teeth. April Fools. Cancer. It gives you cancer. Got you there, didn't I? Oh, I don't know. We have a laugh, don't we? So, more pictures. Time is getting on. It's 2:20 to 11 UK time. How many people have we got watching? I'm going to come back now in a minute and catch up with you. 940 of you. Share this out, guys. Yeah. It's all done in the best possible taste. Do know that. Scratchy Brian. Now, upside down, they tell you. Look at this. He's actually the right way up, isn't he? And your vision turns him the right way, back, inverts it because it's in reverse and puts it back the upside down way. Your Brian does. It's a complicated business, but when everything is mined anyway, all comes, you all starts to make sense. So this bridge collapsed in the 1930s in America. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. It's a fucking stupid thing, though, to happen. Suspension bridges are not guaranteed, are they? Big Buddha. And this was a Japan beautiful something. I'm not sure if it's an exposition or what have you, but this is a sizable icon. Buddha. Admission free. So they turn like Buddha and like, you know, any religion actually into fun fair. So yeah, this is what we talked about quite a bit on the show with Max and Richard Lopez and Pat and Clive and another fella as well, was the steam-powered world. And these are, as I showed on a video, north of England in Halifax, they were running trams on steam-powered back in the day. And this one is also a compressor, air compressed air. So air compressed trains, if you want to call them a train. I reckon they could have preceded electric trams. So it's funny, this woman. Why did you have to hold it in such a way, like, you know, like the flat Earth British famous big wank gesture? Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's a giant. I'm just saying that's a coincidence. Typical. Okay. Naughty woman with blonde hair, blue hair. Blue hair's getting more increasing. So let's have a look at this mud flooded fuckery. Okay. Bank house, nice bit of Phoenician architecture, but they can build this, but we don't do pavement because it's too complicated. Plain stone, so we'll have wood, and we'll have shit because we can't lay a road because basically we've only got horses and carts and they shit everywhere. But we managed to get all the stone there and glass and everything to build these buildings. I'm being sarcastic, of course, guys. This is an older world building. Excuse me. So, when a cat is secretly a fifth-dimensional elder god, now, if you do catch this, send me a photograph. I'm not sure if that's real or what's happened. So, a city-mounted ring belonged to a kingage, whose name I forgot. But I'm guessing that's gold. I'm guessing these are keyholes. I'm guessing there's something going on inside there. Yes. One ring to rule them all. And they tell us it's giants. Look at this giant in the exposition. Technology, energy gathering tech. They're like little versions. Is that Uncle Samage? Yeah. Colonel Sanders was a bit stupid as well, wasn't he? He's supposed to be like an American Civil War veteran. Yeah, he's in 1960s adverts. So what is he, 100 fucking year old? It's ridiculous. 120 year old if he was serving at 20. It's ridiculous. So this is Great Expositions San Francisco. We've seen this destroyed, and apparently it's made of cardboard. But in this colorized image, it sort of shows up this wrecked and aged patina. This thing looks like really infinitely old, and like the statues look really dirty. I know they added the color, but sort of brings out its age, I think, and these statues as well. San Francisco's arches. That was Great Expositions. I've got the old Roman tech inside as well. Definitely. Older world. And dismantling of said older world archage. That's a solid bit of kit, guys. Absolutely massive solid bit of kit. And you've got it all in this one. So you've got the an architrium for the triumphal arch, that is what they call Rome. You have a burnt out or completely empty building, which I suspect is Hotel de Ville in Paris, and the balloon, and the whole thing in one shot. This is an arranged shot for some reason. This absence of shadows, it seems to be shopped beyond belief, and the sky's blocked out. The world's destroyed in the background. A load of people standing there looking a sweet fuck up because this is forward of them people. You know, what are these looking at? The empty building or the balloon above their heads? You see what I mean? It's such a weird picture, that one. So, homunculus, or people in jazz. Now, in the 1700s, in apparently this place of education, look at the size of these ceilings in these vaults. So, how many jars have they got up the wall? Okay, hundreds. And what are in these jars? When you mark up, is what looks like animals, cryptids, freaks of nature, babies, Siamese twins, etc. This could be is it a giant or is that a boy? Probably a boy. Not sure. So look. Well, anyway, strange habits. Strange habits. So yeah, if you go and walk down the beach, okay, this could happen one day. And like I said, the Daryl Hannah rule applies. So you get her home in the bath, she ends up a bit fishy. Sorry, we can live with that. Outside of the water, turns chickage. See this guy? Would you fuck with him? I'd probably not bother. Probably, I don't think he'd catch me running. I'm a brilliant runner, but he ain't giving two shits to Mr. Policey. Look at him. He's like, I got a uniform. I got a big gang on my side. Look at him. He's like, yeah, I'll fucking crush your helmet with my teeth. He's got an AK-47 on his neck. This guy is so fucking gangster. He probably eats police for lunch. Yeah? Fuck him up. Mud flood radiator. Yes, definitely a mud flood radiator. Or the stupidest plumber on Earth. Or the stupidest floorer on Earth. One or the other. It's debatable. So a use of monkey nuts is to stick them all over. People called him a nutter. I don't think that's the case at all. His hair looks fake. So does his beard. So does his glasses. So, yeah, you can. I don't know how they attach the monkey nuts on. I wish I fucking knew. No, I don't. I don't wish I knew how they put monkey nuts on his suit. That's stupid. Why would I even want to know that? Anyway, I don't know what that photo is. So the infinite plane idea, or what's out there. So imagine this is another idea that we are in here, but they are definitely missing the domage and the ocean above us, aren't they? We could have loads of domes, couldn't we, really? But I feel that basically it's all about us. I think we're the center of this universe. There could be definitely 100 squillion% more land nearby and other land in here, but I definitely think there is more going on outside. But our little experience here is we're in a lifeboat, and I possibly capsized lifeboat as well. Okay, lost at sea, SOS, save our souls. So this is a massive mesa. I guess you could debate whether or not it's a tree trunk, but what? It's got fucking tree rings on it. So, you know, either a strange geology which identically looks like tree rings, or this is a thunderously big tree, which it is. Trees. Baby Jesus. Tree. So, yeah, these are cool motherfuckers. This is some sort of respirator. The kid had absolutely nothing wrong with her until she went to vaccination, but she's suffering miserably, because I can imagine that's shit. So let's make the little girl happy with some ducklings in the pool. Aren't they kind? Wow, the NHS rock, if it is the NHS. So yeah, there's a woman getting the first blow dry ever. They didn't have one hairdryer, you had 3. They had a few accidents in the early days. A few ladies had their faces blown off. And, you know, the effects of chapping from excessive wind. I don't see that as safe, is it? What do you breathe? Oh, I don't know. I don't like the look of that. Shit. So, yeah, surprisingly, up until 1970, so in the 1960s, it was literally illegal for black people and white people to occupy the same swimming pool. So basically, for some weird fucking reason in this realm, they had white-only swimming pools. So this was apparently a political statement in the 1960s by this guy going like, oh yeah, we're just like, they don't look too happy about it. But like, he's like, we'll share the water. So like, this was like supposed to be a televised profound statement in America in its time, because, you know, that's just fucking nuts in my head. What about this guy? He was called Oakley, Clown Oakley. He was used in American baseball, famous American baseball back in the day. What the fucking hell's the matter with him? Look at them lucid eyes. We could be looking at one of the most successful serial killers of all time. Oh no, I'm not sure. But there's something going on there. So sad, isn't it? So fucking spooky. Huh? Oakley the clown. Something going on with clowns. So yeah, this is the NASA makeup bag. used for the first female NASA mission. So what do they need? They need mascara, because you want to look hot and sexy, because you want to look hot and sexy in space. This is gel to keep your hair down, because it's going to be flying everywhere. A bit of rouge, okay, because you don't want to be looking all pale and pasty in space. And some lippy, because you want to look hot for those other, astronaut men. What a load of wank. If you look into it, yeah, they say, she wants to look nice for herself because she's got company and shit. I get that, but I'm afraid they say you can't have sex in space. No, man. The spoon go floaty. This is Jesse Owens in the 1937 Olympics in Berlin, along with his best buddy, who's got a British name, I can't remember him, but he ended up years later really high up in the SS in the German army. He actually got killed in the war. They was best friends. Okay, and when Jesse Owens was interviewed about, well, was Adolf Hitler all horrible to you? He said, no, he was fucking lovely. The only racism I ever encountered was when I got back to stupid America and everyone asked me daft questions like, is there a problem in Germany with racism? He said, no, they were fucking fabulous. All a psyop and all fucking bullshit. Look into it for yourself. He was made at home. This is another bullshit. This is the Chernobyl football team before they go to play Dynamo Kiev, yeah, one of the greatest football teams in fucking Europe, yeah, in a football match. So they've been irradiated with more poison than any other human beings. They've battled endless amounts of radiation. They've come out looking really fucking healthy, and they're managing to play Dynamo Kiev in a football match. Fuck me. Can we have holidays in Chernobyl, please? I could do with a bit of that. A school of fish, apparently fossilized in a stone. They're saying this is 500 million years old. I'm saying this is solidified in mud much, much more recently. This geology they give us, this ancient geology, is nothing more than recent. And there have been events like plasma discharge events, some sort of solidification through the process of reverberation through this plane, which stopped in an instant. The difference between order and disorder, where the inert plane became inert. This is Las Vegas, 1947. So after the war, yeah. So by about 1950s, yeah, like no time at all, from a couple of houses, sweet fuck all happening. You got that in Reno in no time at all. Are we looking at a parallel universe or something? I can't get my head around this, guys. That there's, apart from like, there's supposed to be like military camps nearby, like the proving grounds, etc. That's supposed to be, I don't know. It just does my Brian in. How can it be that? And like 3 years later being, 1947. Elvis Presley films were the 1950s, and Las Vegas is up and fucking running. They built that quick. Just a couple of nice boys. So here is Fantastic Freddy. Do you know these guys? They're really fucking little. I thought they were probably bigger, but they're not. They're really little. I want to. Is that like a reflection, or is he having his eye blacked out to hide his adrenochrome eyes? I don't know. So yeah, Michael Jackson, still a black guy at that stage before he done something and went all weird. And Freddy was still alive at that stage, just. A dimple maker. Oh, your dimples look cute. I haven't got any. Here, have a dimple maker. And I like you better. Well, I've got like bum cheek. Can you put like dimple makers in your bum cheeks? Yes, if you want a dimple in your bum, put a dimple maker on your bum cheeks. You can have a dimple in your bum cheek. So here's Miss Agenda, or Agenda as I would say. This is Mrs. NASA, 1969. Mrs. NASA, 1969, with a thumping great rocket. They got a brass band that makes that shit real. Yeah, she makes that shit real. Okay, so the float for NASA and they're bullshittery. It's crazy. And this is actually Roman, and I think that McDonald's may have nicked their idea of the golden emmed domage thing going on, because the Romans thought of it first. They found this in a Roman dig. They had Roman McDonald's, guys. Yeah. Fucking did. And they had harvests in Hyde Park, in Central Park. And why wouldn't they? The fucking thing's massive. Why waste it? Ooh, what are they? I didn't see. I've never seen them before. Harvest that shit. I wonder who had it. I wonder if they shared it out equally amongst the population of Manhattan, or they just went straight in the pockets of the rich. Probably. So, remember I mentioned the Munchkins in my last post? Highly fucking sinister, these. Munchkin. What, Munchkin? Like a relative. Each relative. So, we had the little people of Munchkin land. So, basically, a bus full of midgets and dwarfs on our way to Metro Goldwyn Mayer, Hollywood, California, to appear as little stars in The Wizard of Oz. And they went right across America in a chartered bus. So where they stopped, they would scare the shit out of the population, going, "We represent the Lonely Pumpkins, Lonely Pumpkins, Lonely Pumpkins." This is the Empire State Building in the 1930s when a plane hit it and it was on fire. And guess what? That's right, it didn't collapse. Because buildings don't collapse. Even non-real planes that don't hit buildings, which is what happened. Look, Johnny, let's go out and watch the nuclear bomb testing. Here's a couple. When Las Vegas has apparently miraculously appeared, although it's not there, and they just over her shoulder is a nuclear bomb going off. It's okay. Nothing's going to happen. It's only a nuclear bomb. Guys, they managed to petrify the shit out of people for at least 40 years after the Cold War. The Cold War. And obviously that's not harmful. So there it is. Okay. Named the device. The first atomic boy, the bomb. Okay. It's the most sophisticated. This is how sophisticated it is, right? We had Operation Paperclip, bringing all of the greatest physicists from Germany, and we got the Oppenheimer brothers. Fuck me, we got all of them. We got even Feynman over there, and his balls haven't even dropped yet, but he's working for NASA, more or less. Yeah, I mean, he's really young. So they got all the best physicists in the world to work on what? That piece of shit. That's the implosion technique. Okay, it's the most expensive project ever undergone in American history to that point. What, you're keeping it in a shitty fucking corrugated shed? Yeah, it's not very hygienic, because you're sitting on the floor, on a muddy floor. It's the most expensive bit of machinery ever devised. This is the device. Can you get a fucking chair? Something missing with it all. So yeah, I've been utilising my detective skills in some murder investigations, surprisingly enough, to see how easy they are to prove as not real. I started with Sid Vicious. Oh, this is exactly what I would do if I found if I was in a war and I found a Panzer Schreck. The first thing you're going to do is basically ram it on your knob and go, "Whoa, look at the size of my Panzer Schreck." It's exactly what you do. Wow, look at my. Mind you, if he did fire that Panzer Schreck, right? Yeah, it would blow his knob off. So I wouldn't do that because the flame comes out the back, innit? That's definitely what I would do. So yeah, murder. I'd be solving a murder. So what I did, I looked into the murder of Nancy Spungen when Sid Vicious was supposed to have killed her, and I watched a couple of like documentaries. I watched one on American cable, where she said that he was never violent towards women, and she said that he was supported feminism, and he was not a male chauvinist big, and just painted this really nice fucking guy that they said blow her heads off. But he does spill the beans in this one interview. Oh, apparently this is a mobile phone of the late 1800s, so they say, even before Bell. So yeah, basically, I picked him apart as completely innocent within an hour. And I can honestly say that if there was a court of law standing today and I represented Sid Vicious, I can say that I'd have him totally exonerated. I mean, I overwhelmingly could prove that he never did it. Yeah. He says, like, on this interview, Johnny Rotten, the lead singer of the Sex Pistols, is gone fucking paranoid. He basically thinks the CIA are after him. He told me the CIA have pulled guns on him a couple of times, that fucking netter. So I'm thinking to myself, yeah, no, he was telling you the truth, stupid man. And this was happening because they've pulled him and they've said, fuck off with all of that, or we'll happen, we'll kill you. They threatened his life. And he went into hiding and went all paranoid, apparently. And the next thing you know, he says this on a cable. Literally a week later, he's supposed to have shot her dead with no witnesses. And then basically, the whole world is coming down on him. He's a Brit on his own in America, in New York. The police state's after him, and then he ends up killing himself. It's bullshit, all of it, guys. So here's what they really think the president. Okay, he's shooting or getting practicing to shoot his gun, or Ronnie, out of the Air Force One window. What's he thinking? Oh, yeah, this little farmer down. Is he one of mine? They're all yours, Ronnie, so I can kill him. You can kill all of them, Ronnie. In fact, you can kill anyone, anywhere. Can we visit Pakistan? We can visit anywhere, Ronnie. You can kill them out the window. Will we crash? Not if we fly low enough. Please don't kill Betty. So this is what he thinks. He's a fucking nutter. Look at him. Poor Ronnie, though. Yeah, I know I liked him as well. Look. But he's really demented. These are actually called sweatpants. So apparently when the sweat drips down your armpits, it stops by here. That might not be true. I made that up. But fuck me. Ronnie, sort yourself out. Diamonds are forever. In James Bond's film Diamonds Are Forever, they had a moon set. And guess what? It was years before they actually made up this stuff. So maybe they just reused the actual, at Euston Studios, moon set out of the actual James Bond film, Diamonds Are Forever. Why rebuild it when you've already got it? Just saying, Ooh, here's a right bunch of crims. Check. Let's have a look at these. Let's have a look at the Nuremberg trials and see. Fucking hell, there's some superstars in here. Look at this. Do you know what? I know more Nazi general names than I do British general names, weirdly. Why is that? They publicise them more. So let's have a look. This row here, he's going to hang. Murder. So let's have a look who we're going to murder. Goering. No, he's already got hidden cyanide capsule that they didn't locate his take later, apparently. They won't force it in his mouth, though, or anything. Ribbentrop. Oh, yeah, he got it coming. Oh, Cattell. Oh, well, he'll do anything. He's right suckle, wasn't he? Carlton-Bergener, don't know who he is. Oh, Rosenberg, he was the architect of death, him. Oh, Franks, yeah, he was a bastard. He's the one they give Poland to. He was a fucking crazy rapist. Also, they said, Frick, another nutcase. Stryker and Funk. Funk, who got Funk? Did he hang Funk? No, he got life. So the back row, like Albert Steer, he only got 20 years, and he'll end up on Terry Wogan and Michael Parkinson come the 70s. It's fucking brilliant. Who else we got? Oh, Yodel. Oh, he walked. No, he hung. Oh, all right. Shackle, they hung. Who else did they hang? Oh, Dönitz. Isn't that weird? The predecessor for Adolf Hitler. So he's admiral of the entire navy of the Germans. And he predecessor of Adolf Hitler. And they only give him 10 years. Dönitz is like fucking done nothing wrong, apparently. Weird. Mind you, didn't have much action in the navy. Or all the U-boats. It was a noble thing. So back in the day, vending machines would give you a lit cigarette. Brilliant. Yeah. In my day and age, it was different. We used to have to go to the local corner shop. They used to sell us a £10 separate. You could be like 5-year-olds and they would give you a separate on my local shop. It was brilliant. Sell you a bag of glue if you're a little bit older. I joke, but they did in my local shop. So you could basically go there and say, can I have a £10 bag of sweets or 10 pence mixture? 10 pence mixture and a fag. So get 20p off your mother. You're going to have 10 pence worth of, I don't know, sherbet bonbons and a fag. It's fucking brilliant. I love my childhood. This is an armoured tractor. So if you are going to have a tractor, armour it up. Yeah, I wonder if you could buy a tank. I'd love a tank. Or a table cannon. See this guy? This was back in 1983. He took 5 shots with a starting pistol at the Queen. Yeah, they probably tortured his ass in the tower and threw away the key. So the horse was very well trained because he got the Queen on it. She's riding side saddle, but when she's younger, yeah, she don't ride side saddle. Yeah, this is a new thing. Okay, so yeah, the horse sort of stampede galloped off a little bit. It's all on video on YouTube, and then a coppers dive on him. But I'm wondering, I'm thinking this is the biggest psyop ever. Why? What, you telling me he's fucking going to shoot a gun and there's a guy behind him with a fucking camera watching the whole thing with him with a gun and the camera in frame? That's a squillion to one shot, guys. This is absolute bullshit setup. That guy walked. Yeah, this was some reason. Probably to get, sympathy fucking going for her alien fucking career because no one give a shit about the royal fucking family. We should fuck off already. So dogs, yeah, Yeah, like I said, I reckon they were more in the past. Yeah, this old man, he's not. He's a dog. They put him in human clothes. Can you imagine? I'd go and sit and talk to him if he was talking, but he wouldn't because he was a dog. That'd be just weird. First ever photograph of the Beatles. So this is the Beatles #1. This is original Fall. Yeah, the innocent young chap they murdered because he wouldn't, I don't know, eat babies. He got kicked in and killed as well. He was the best, and he's gone. First John and George, and let's have a look at them later. Oh yes, they look exactly like them. So let's have a look at Paul. Paul's gone a bit podgy. Got a nice little fat face. See, all you need is a set of Paul McCartney eyebrows and a stupid little mouth, and you become Paul McCartney. So John Lennon looks really stupid with all that going on. Let's have a look. Yeah, so that was in the space from 1962 to 1972, 10-year jump, yeah? Fuck me. They altered, didn't they? Must be on the drugs they were on. Apparently this was a real thing. You could look it up on Google. Apparently you could visit this place in the past and they literally reanimated her head. It was in Britain. Or reanimated this lady. She was dead, I think. Her legs moved. She was kept alive. Her body, so no head then and just a body still alive. Yeah. That's sinister in itself. Ugh. So, I don't know. Could be bullshit. So, Savnak or global positioning systems in modern day, fucking bullshit, guys. This one's from the 1930s, yeah, and it can take you anywhere. You could connect this up to your car. You could connect this up to your bike. I guess it works on like I don't know, the tire or the miles moving. It takes you along the road. So you don't really have GPS. You have that. Right, let's have a look at the beauty winners of the 1920 beauty competition. And let's see how tastes have changed to the modern day. Okay, let's have a look. Close examination of this, shall we? Is anyone actually there? And just checking. I could be talking to myself. Oh, in fact, it's nearly 1,000 of you watching. So obviously they're the fuller woman, aren't they? But they're not ridiculously like all bum like Kim Kardashian, because that's just all wrong and disproportionate and off-putting. So it's just times have changed. Maybe that's what men like back in the day. Oh, fucking knows, weird. Oh, thanks, Jesus. What a fucking pal. I was doing all right before you tried and saved me. Here, let me see if I can help you. Fucking great. Thanks. So, Christ, the unredeemer in this case. Poor guy. Minding his own business. Whoa. Spring's here, guys. Just to remind you what spring is all about. I know. Aren't you? Now, if you have had a miserable week, do you feel a lot happier now? Yeah? Have I just reminded you how sweet life can be? Have I? Let's rejoice in that fact right now, shall we? And what's the 1,000 of you? Let's rejoice. She's rejoicing. Let's rejoice with her. Yes? I feel a lot better now. Giant baths in the Vatican. So they got this. It's made of granite. You know how hard this substance is. Like, it's rock hard, isn't it? It's terrible to hew. And they have this in the Vatican Museum. And they have giant baths. So I think they do it in your face. You know, they're right in your face with this giant stuff. Okay. You also got a giant's crown. Oh, it looks a shit crown and there's no jewels on it. But it's still big. And it's still, like, exhibited. So I think definitely they do that. They show us these things. It's the Vatican, isn't it? They're fucking weird. Okay. Werewolves. Now, I've talked about dogheads, Sathias, and all of these things in the past many, many times. What about lycanthropes, werewolves, like the wolf of the full moon? Oh. Like on King of Arcadia, he discovered if it was Jupiter himself who came to the lodge of his palace, ordered the body of the hostage which had been sent to him. Ooh, that's interesting. And then he changed into a wolfage. So, werewolves? Don't know. There's a record of them. Ship-shifting then, isn't it? And the moon is the factor where they change into the werewolf or doghead, which seem to be a ruling class and half human in so many depictions. I think they really have to be a thing. And look at this dog head. He's literally chopped all the big trees down in the background. It's crazy. He's a lumberjack and he don't care. What about this guy? He's got like, oh no, Zeus's flash of lightning is not a weapon, electromagnetic weapon at all. He uses it literally. This, not saying that's Zeus, but he has got fasces in one hand and a fiery shield in the other. He's literally exploded this werewolf, and his guts are like everywhere, like splash. Yeah, that's wicked tech, guys. In the antiquity, considering they were supposed to be chucking buckets of piss out the window, and never knew nothing about reality. Look at this for a superb sculpture. So yeah, we went into all on that Max Igan show, sculpture, art, airships, flood. I basically presented right the way through pictures to keep it flowing. So it was juicy. It was very, very juicy. So yeah, the fall of angels. That is, or the fall of the angels. So why is Moscow underground so fantastically beautiful? Looks like cathedrals. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that detail. Yeah, I'd like to see Moscow underground. It's fucking gorgeous. So, excuse me. So, you know Princess Leia, who's Carrie Fisher, who is in Star Wars, she has this toroidal braid on her ear. Well, I think I found the origin of why they would do that in Star Wars and what they're trying to tell us. So, Domage, Tree of Life, Mount Meru, land, ice wall all around, and Rainbow Bridge to another dimension. Yes, I'd probably have to go down to get out. Maybe. Don't know. This guy, this is Zeus. Zeusage. Okay. Zeusage has the same Princess Leia years, two opposing Tauruses. I think this is a really big clue to it all. So there's the Queen. Somebody's looking over his shoulder spookily. Let's have a look at Elizabeth. And they're pointing at something on her shoulder, but I can't tell you what it is, to be honest with you. Her regalness. I am Queen of the world, universe, and everything. Pay me. Every one of you. So this lady built this on her own overnight. Yep. On her own overnight. A secret she can't tell you. Fucking hell, what's going on there? That's massive, isn't it? Maybe it's made of paper mache. Who can tell? Puma Punko. Yeah, we were thinking about these in my last post. I don't know what's going on with these things, but they're definitely part of the technology with these intricate bits. And I think they probably been stood up against this stone. It might not have been always standing up, me thinketh, for some reason. Doesn't seem in line with that. It doesn't seem like it fits. So when you got the line there, so it's just been sort of stood up. In fact, loads of these artifacts could have been. Look at that. Water to run along that, I reckon, or a wheel. So we're looking at the advanced machinery of civilization. It got taken out in a flood, apparently. Like they say, tsunami from Lake Titicaca, but I don't believe that. Took all that out. So there he is, Zeus again, with his two opposing Taurus's horns in antiquity. And the vault in a ship looks like an upside down, basically, keel of a ship, guys, doesn't it? Upside down keel of a ship. So if the realm was to sort of flip the upside downage, these could be like utilized as ships. Churches could be ships. They look like upside down ships, and they are. There he is again, Zeusage, looking like Princess Leia. Definitely a clue with them old double Tauruses. Some people in Europe do it, I guess, in like, I don't know, Poland, I don't know, Croatia, but they do it as well in decoration. It's a Taurus going on. So I don't think Zeus is like a dude. I think he's like, they're trying to say two opposing Tauruses, electromagnetic technology clue, you know, in alchemical terms. So I'm not sure if they had 5G in the past. Check this out, guys. It's an old depiction, but they got like a tower here, and on top of it is like a, sorry, I can't mag up on that any. Maybe I can a little. Let's have a look. Oh. I can on Google Pics. And then there's aerials coming off it. as well. Okay, there's no cars. This is dirt. This is a rail for the tram. Horse and cart just before the car. Yeah, I've got this massive tower. I wish I could get that clear. There's a lot of aerials going on. Yeah, this bridge is beautiful. It's a viaduct metropolitan Paris. Guys, look at this. It's a train on top of a gantry, which is beautifully wrought ironed. And, you know, the lights below it, and you've got the bridge below that. And that bridge below that is the only one existing today. Why would they take it a fucking way? And look at all this architecture. This was just a... I'll show you some film in a minute, guys. The Tale of Two Cities. The difference between Paris and London. You know, they share similarities, but I think there's more going on, you know. Paris is covered by a starfall for one, and London never wanted, you know, never needed one. Only a town war. This small star fort in Chatham, London. Check this out. This is in America, Philadelphia, and it's an ancient building, guys. This is ancient America. Look at it. Derelict, like they do with all of this. They don't have people staying in these. No, they're too fantastic. Or boarded up. All the homeless people, I bet, in fucking Philadelphia as well. But I can honestly say that is old world America. That is an ancient fucking building. A lot older than they tell us. They'll say that was built in 1880s, what have you. Fucking hundreds of years old. It was there before. The walkers in Star Wars, I think, have also been plagiarized. Check this out, guys. This is actually a walking steam train working. Yeah, the guy's in the cab here. The steam train causes a mechanical motion, which causes these. Now, is that another superimposed image of them people really in front of there? If this thing came down, it would be fucking squashed. Doesn't seem stable, all that. I don't know. Again, I don't know. So yeah, well, I'll get some footage of Paris and London in footage-wise in beautiful colour film very shortly to compare. This is a mosque, or actually it's a mausoleum in Iran. Now, we don't see a lot of architecture or any pictures of stuff coming out of Iran, but what I have seen is fantastic. Check this out, this place in Iran. I wonder they're just sitting in there. You get a buzz off just the fucking colours. Yeah, this is what it actually looks like. This is no added, you know, they haven't added anything. It just looks like this. Just beautiful colour and light, and must be just a fantastic experience to go into this. Sorry, I couldn't tell you the name of it. It was a mausoleum, but it was an Arabic name I could never pronounce. Al something or other. But just, what are they? Are they just jewels, just all encrusted in, catching the light fantastically? This is the beautifulest of things. Look at that. I guess they could put green lights on to give it the hue, the green going on, but I would love to see that place. It's just such a thing of beauty. Look at the dome on it, guys. It's got the flower of life in it as well that comes out, and it's all like, it's not uniformic, it's all like knobbly, isn't it? It's coming out. What the fucking hell are they doing this? Is that jewels? Wow, I don't know. I want to look into this building some more. It's fantastic. It really, really is. Look at it. I guess they're playing with the light and sending up the walls, but something special about that. I really love it. And them chandeliers. Fantastic. Wow. Sumptuous. So, yeah, a bit of old Persia hidden to us. We don't know too much about it. You keep anything coming out of Iran away from the Western world, unfortunately. So we lose out on their rich heritage. We can't look into it, really. You know, how little I know of Iran. You know? And all I know of Iraq is from where the fucking wars went there. Bad. Don't like that. So, yeah, the old world. Same story. A massive, massive building, but disproportionate. Again, all of the business is up in the air on top. Just all of the business is up there. You've got a landing platform for your airships, Antiquitech, and floodproofing. If the water comes up this high, go in there. Got the higher verandas. This is not for people to step out on to look at the shithole. This is when the water comes up, Venetian style. The roads, remember, are seaways. Yeah, the whole of this paradigm is copied on like Venice, like the way that the Venetians like it. And then water comes up this far, you could walk into that one and even that far and survive. So they think about flooding. They think about like events as well. Like these buildings are like, they're made to last. There's that clock there, 3:15, and a nice little light on top. So that's in Kaiserslautern and Germany. And here is your fantastic building. Look at that stuff on top of that. All of the concentration is above ground level up in the air. And as I said, it looks like half of that is below ground level. That looks just like we're looking at the top bit. Yeah, it's just crazy. Fucking things should fall over. The entrances to these. So yeah, another thing we were talking about in the Max vlog is subtle energies. These energies that are passing through these sigils and stuff in the wrought iron that they do, which has an effect geometrically on the ether. The mirror. They're telling us, oh, look at this with the gargoyles. Oh, so sinister. They've told us all along with the mirrors anyway. There's always someone looking at you. They're always looking at you. And where are the watchers? Everyone's saying AI, the computer. Well, I've only had a computer like for, the latter half. I didn't have it for the first 30 years of my life, guys. Or plus. So this is something else I have been looking into. I've got a fantastic little bit of stuff on this lady. If you don't know if you've seen the film with Helen Mirren, but it was a good film. Story of the Winchester House outside of San Francisco. It was made to be earthquake proof. Apparently, he had some sort of hydraulic pivoting system underneath the entire building. It took generations or decades to complete. And it's the most fantastical building you can ever imagine. The Winchester, all built on the money of Winchester rifles, by the way. But the story, she had all spooky stories going on with this place. It's fantastic. Each wing was to one of her spiritual connections. So she used to connect with a certain spirit who would want the wing built in a certain way, and she had to have it built in that way. She said was from a psychic, a spiritual meeting with the other side. So I'm going to come back a second because I want to show you something. I want to give you all the news. Stop sharing. Okay, let me see who's on chat. I have Alice Intataria. Took a tour of that house. And Slim Pickens. So when we were all going on a trip to the world's beyond, so when we all go in, well, I'll get to that now in a minute, my friend. Slim Pickens, my friend. JG, Murphy, the mutant. My blood is the cure. Megas bums ISIS in Palmyra. There's another clue with a Palmyra arch, isn't there? Especially what I was on about with arches in my last vlog. Thought about the Palmyra. They put replicants. They put a Palmyra arch in New York. They put one in Trafalgar Square at the turn of 2000. So why are they putting Babylonian entry points in the Babylonian cities? Brian Tucker, gotcha. Truth Tainman, Harry Dunn, and Dickie Sher. Andrea, I think it's time to try on another happy hat, actually. I think another happy coming on. Oh, that is fucking epic. Excuse my language, not really. So we need a happy hat. Yeah, that's fucking wicked. So you got a happy hat on. Did you change your sunglasses to go with your happy hat? Good, good. Glad to see you playing this game. They are here. Yeah, I've been saying that all week. I get a weird feeling when I say that. They're here. It's like the horror film. 666. Heart thumbs to you. Capilicious. That's a nice hat. Where'd you get that, Martin? Oh, I've had it a long time. I had it with my friend in London, who's James, who's Flat Earth Taxi, who was back in the day. Who sent it to me. You can't get these for love nor money, actually. Smoking Banana Kush, red ballies. Got the flavors. Got the flavors. Chunk Man, much love to you, my brother Chunky Man. Erica. It's nice to be real, isn't it? Enjoy it much more than all the other bullshit. Who needs it anyway? So fucking wank. Anyway, can't be bothered with it. Anyway, Lebanese woman. Lemonade woman I've known for quite some time. She's making a cup of tea. Okay, Copper Bloom is in the house. Time for another hat. Says there. Historia. This is from my friend who sent me this very recently. You see that website on there? You can find it on Instagram. Shamia, my brother, sent me this. Supposed to be an expensive hat. Feels really nice, huh? So I always used to wear baseball caps back in the day, but somebody in my comments said, "You're always trying to act American." I was like, "I've always worn baseball caps. We wear baseball. I'm from Wales. We play baseball. We don't play cricket in fucking Wales. We play baseball." Did you know that? Yeah, no. In school, we never had cricket. Never touched a fucking cricket ball in school. We had baseballs. Like Americans. I think it's because we're in Wales and we're closer to America. I think that's it. I say so, Cyrus. Yeah, hang on. Sorry. Sarah T. Good to see you. Yantex is, I don't know anything about Russian Google. I know Russian watch Tatari and stuff all the time. They love it. I get a few because I got Russian subtitles in mine. Flash Strike. At Matters, good to see you. I smell the tapestries of old books. Ooh, I like that. I'm a book sniffer myself. Love the smell of an old book. Could read a book by smell. 967 watching and only 528 likes and 7 dislikes. That's what it is. Don't worry. We're happy. It's no use being like miserable for what you haven't got. I'm finding that this week. I've had sort of feeling sorry for myself issues as well a little bit. I've got something that's on my mind pretty much fucking all the time, which I have to deal with. And I guess got a little bit run down this week as well for some reason. I've been eating well and catching up on my sleep, but I do take a lot on. Yeah, but I'm all fantastic now, so don't worry. You remind me of John Lennon. Nah, man, fuck that. A whole new thing. You won't find another one of me unless you look in the mirror and find a doppelganger. Somebody said they have. I've had a few weird things where somebody has said that they'd seen me in some place. Yeah, remember when I seen you and this happened? And I'd be like, no, fucking wasn't that guy. Yeah, it's like almost that there was two of me out there. Yeah, I had it years ago. I had it quite a lot years ago, and used to throw me. I was thinking, fuck me, I got like it's like that film with Roger Moore, that doppelganger film. Yeah, it's really spooky. It was like everywhere I'd been, apparently I'd been already. Yeah, unless I was off my face and I had been there. So I guess that could have been an issue. Glassshore, good to see you. Any news on my book? Yeah, we're getting to that now. I'm going to share some more screen right now. Just give me a second. I need to get something together. So, yeah, Wooden Nichols, he's been a really, really naughty boy. Or not him, actually. JW has been a really naughty boy. Call me out. Yeah, man. Says I got to have a vaccination on screen. Yeah, we'll have to see about that. But I have responded in kind, so we'll see what's going to happen. So I've got some films to show you as well for a comparison and talk about some bookage and loads of other stuff. So let's get underway. I'm going to share screen for a second. And what I'm going to do is put a bit of volume on because I'm going to watch you a couple of seconds. I don't want to get copyrighted. My brother Nichols should be there somewhere if he is. Don't worry. Anyway. So if you don't know about this, this is important, and we're going to respond to this week. Wooden Nichols is on it, right? This is something to look forward to. This should be fantastic. Okay, guys, this should be fantastic. So let me mute my mic as well, because it makes a bit of a buzzing sound.
Pfizer.
I nominate Martin Liedke, Shiteth from Future of the Past, and Campbell from Autodidactical Pterodactyl to take the COVID-19 challenge and vaccinate yourself on your channel. In order to eradicate this virus, we must all do our part and roll up our sleeves. We must not be skeptical and put our faith into science. By achieving herd immunity. Doug, do those people work for me?
Everybody works for you, GW.
Right. Because herd immunity is the way of the future. The way of the future.
Yeah, respond to that shit. I know. What a fucking GW's got a real nerve, haven't he? I don't know what's going on with him. And I tell you what, Pink NASA Monkey's a bit of a nerve on him as well. We'll deal with it. Okay, this week keep an eye on Wood Nichols. Make sure to subscribe to him. The links will be down there. Okay, let's see how this thing develops. Okay. Anyway, we do like a bit of fun. Anyway, what a fantastic community anyway, guys. All of it. Everybody in this community is such a fucking fantastic ride. I'm sure you all appreciate that. It is excellent, my brother Jughead. I'm sure you all know. So anyway, let's carry on. I'll show you what's talk about books and other stuff that's happening, okay, that might be interesting to you. Okay, so peace and love to you all, and I can just carry on sharing the screen. Excuse me. So yeah, bookage. We're talking about bookage. Now, I've been finally doing the last little bits, basically, because I've been having to update it for all the current affairs. But it's sweet. It's stuff in this that I actually completely, it's just, it's been beautiful to be able to refresh everything again and run things in a chronology and make sense of it all. It's been a really big aid to myself. And I hope it will be to the people who read it. So it's not like going to be really incredibly advanced like the last book. It's me talking, because it didn't really work because it went over all their heads because they're fucking dopey out there, aren't they? So that was no good. And here it is, the book, the Holy Grail of our flat Earth, which basically was a 100% overwhelming proof, no doubt, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the electromagnetic model, the double torus of this place. Like, it's like about 150 or more, there's hundreds of proofs to show you that this is definitely the case, and they're showing this through this antiquity. Okay. Yeah, people go and run wrong with other ideas. Yeah, it's already been proved. I wish that everyone would read this and actually see that it's actually been proved, and this is actually the fucking case. It's very frustrating business, but whatever. Anyway, so my counterpart in Italy is my friend Albino. I may have explained or told you about him before. We were going to have a convention in Italy, which may still happen as long as I haven't got a fucking jab or stick anything up my nose. Oh, my ass, come to think of it. History is a fat lie. So he basically calls out the extra 1,000 years in this book. He's already wrote other books. I've shared with you before. Fantastic author. So I'm guessing you can get a translated version. Yes, you can. So I'll give you the link to this. Check him out because I said I would. Now, in my last post, I mentioned that he was organising because he's like known to the media. He's like the Iro Landucci of Italy, like all the media know him. He's the go-to man for flat Earth there. Yeah, like Iro is in South America, or Max Sargent is in America. It's like who they go to when they want to talk about flat Earth. So he's organised this ship, a cruise ship, which goes from Patagonia, and apparently happens all the time. So I said that I agreed to it, but I'm not going to be having a jab. If there's a way we can get through it, or blah, 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 but we'll still go through it. So he's got speakers. We're going to have a convention on the ship. He's got other speakers. You've asked some of the top brass of the flat Earth, but they've been oohing and fucking ahhing, but understandably. But now I've said that I would support it. Others have jumped on board. Now, I would like to make this happen. I would like to step foot on what they call Antarctica and get my hands on that fucking beach rocks. I want to check out that fucking geology and see what's down there. I want to fucking look at that sky. I want to do the magnetic declinations and fucking just azimuth readings. We could do it all while I was there. So it'd be worth an investment anyway for people to go down there if it were truly, truly flat earthy. Yeah? Hardcore flat fucking earthy. So the only downsides, I guess, is like it's cold. But what the fuck, you're on a cruise ship living in luxury, having lovely munch on. Yeah? So you ain't going to be bothered about that, except when you step out on deck, when you're fjording it, you're really fucking out. But you basically, so it's fly to basically Buenos Aires, and there's an internal flight to another city down in Patagonia where you embark onto the cruise ship for a 3-4 day cruise to the Antarctica Peninsula, where they moor up, you go ashore 4 days, come back to said port in Patagonia, fly back to Buenos Aires in Argentina, and then back home. The whole thing is 10 days, 10 to 12 days, the whole holiday. It's booked from February, March. And they say it's happening. The insurance is passed and everything's fucking going through, apparently. So if this happens, if this fucking happens, this is going to capture world media attention. Think about it, guys. What, fucking loads of flat earthers fucking going down to Antarctica. Listen, this is fantastic. Even if they blew us out of the water with a fucking gunship, we all end up fucking down the bottom of you know, fucking Davy Jones's locker. It'd be fucking worth it. Listen, this is something fantastic. I've always done fantastic things. I started my life in the merchant fucking navy, traveling the fucking world. You know, by the time I was 20, I'd been fucking everywhere. So I'm designed to do shit like this, and I should do something like that. I feel it. It's fantastic enough for me to do, and I want to do it. I think we could really, really do something special with that. So I said it might happen as long as I don't have to have a jab, because I'm doing that. Here we are. This is us, Flat Earth British Martin Leaker channel. We hit 32,000 subscribers earlier this week, and I have 2 channels out of commission, unfortunately. So that's the Celtic Tatarian channel there, which is out until the end of July. Okay, and my Flat Earth British Think Tank channel, which is really groovy, and I can go live on loads more because that's pissing me off. The end of this month, we'll have a special occasion for that. Okay. And a little backup channel there, Martin Leaker's Nectar, which is still up and running. Okay, let's have a look at some colorized film of London, just to examine. Okay, excuse me. While we can. So, let's have a look at this film closely. So, this is a London corner. Okay. Just slow it down a bit, be nice. So we watch it a little bit more. See if it's actually set up. Okay, so there's no motor cars. You've got really big horses. I've noticed one guy. So what are they? They look like, I don't know, boxes of something. So you got buses that are horse-drawn. I wonder what this thing is here. This some sort of fair. It's really, really clean, isn't it? It's beautiful. Let me speed it up again because oh, look at the size of that horse! Flipping hell, that's that one I was on about. All right, let's speed that up a bit because it'll take 10 for fucking ever. Okay. Okay, that's more wicked. So I'm guessing that's a hearse. Oh right, Westminster Bridge. Right. So what's the time? It's 5 to 9 in the morning. They're all off to work. Okay, nothing's changed. Same as modern day. And in about 100 years' time, there'll be a little terrorist make-believe event just by there, on the other side of that bridge by there. Some guy with a gun, apparently. So they go in the other way. He works on the other side of the river. Sorry, mate, don't go south for the river. Whatever. Taxi drivers don't like to go south of any point anyway. I'm not slagging off London taxi drivers. They're sort of the earth, but I'm just saying, yo. So, yeah, I've got quite a bit to share. What's the time now? It's coming up to 12 o'clock, coming up to 3 hours. Oh, shit. Okay. Where's that other video that I just uploaded earlier? Moscow. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this. It's a beautiful... I can't remember where that Paris one is now. But this is nice. This is how they lived in Moscow back in the day. Not too shabby at all. Not too shabby at all. They all got these same uniforms on, like government issued long black coats, the hats. Got some top hatters. Oh, he just tilted his hat at us. So yeah, in my Brian, I think Russia is doing a damn like, you know, I'm not saying doing better than America, but it looks like the same architecture as America, and they got the same shit going on. When it was all thinking back in, you know, the Cold War, the Russians didn't have nothing and all that. Fuck no. They're the richest culture going. And what's that in the background? The dome with the aerial on. You see that? So, yeah. He looks pretty cool. Daspadanya, dude. Daspadanya, matey. See, I speak. Yeah, man. Like GW called me up, man. It's true. I'm a secret agent. I also speak 12 languages, or I pretend to. That's what my son keeps saying anyway. Tend to speak loads of languages. I can. Money moi. Anyway, that was pretty good. Yeah, Moscow was pretty shit up, wasn't it, guys? So if you want to get any health things going, there's my friend there who is Gillian, who does hemp products. So I'll link that below. You can see that in the descriptions as well. Okay, guys, and everything else that is linked up. Now, we come back for a second. I'm going to show you maybe not long, 10 minutes or so of the Max Igan thing, because I promised, I didn't promise anyway. I said to Pat that I wouldn't publish it because this guy done a stupid thing. And plus, Max can't shut the fuck up about Rona, so I don't want to lose my channel. So I forwarded it over him going on about masks and Rona. Like, I talk about it. We're talking about Max Igan, and they're watching him like with all that. Yeah, he's lost his channel endlessly. I don't want to lose mine. So, who's that from Newport, is it? Oh, we got some taffies here. It's Fatima Martin. I know Martin. It's from Ely. I wonder if you're related to him. Hiya, Martin. I'm Katie from Newport. Loves you. Oh, loves you too, then, hun. Fucking hell, my homie girl. My sis. Alamo Rogers music. Martin, my man Howdy in Texas. I love Texas. They're always really friendly there. Enoch says, son of the Lord. Don't be rude. Rebecca Madis. I can't read all that. My eyes are failing. Plus, I started the vlog with a bit of an headache. Murphy and Mutant. Good to see you. Denise Marks. Good to see you, my friend. I'm going to go through all his comments. I want to see everyone is sure. Chris Proc. Or can you all do, names that I can pronounce, please? Like, how would you pronounce TLOC? Tloc. See what I mean? Oh, Red Capture. Lenin was waltzed by, says Red Cap Goblin. And Curious in Life, who's got a little shot in my bookage for a video I once watched and picks up some info off him back in the day. Israel Adams. Peter Staffelzand. Jesus Christ is a living man of flesh and blood. Is one of the greatest lies ever. Yeah, council of a scene in it. Astro Thief, who's Matt? I'm my brother. Manica Spore. All the truth is locked up under the Vatican. No, they tell us that, so it's probably somewhere else. Yeah. Oh, all of the secrets in the biggest hermetically sealed. So when it all goes tits up and they go running, we know exactly where it all is and go to the Vatican. They're going to fucking tell us somewhere else. Guarantee you. They don't tell you. They lie. It's always a red herring. Martin, I missed the other. Who are the other enemy? Is it not the Phoenicians? Would you briefly tell us, please? Well, overall, I would say that the complete controllers are probably evil entities and not of this realm psychologically. For the people who are, or the controllers, I would put it down to Sabbateism. I would put it down to the Jesuits and the Vatican under the Sabbatean weird cult, which is very much up and running right now. I think that they've never gone away, and I think that they are very much in power. And above them are the Babylonians, or the Phoenicians, if you want to call them. They put themselves all over the architecture. They're not here. I haven't seen them. If I seen a Phoenician, I would recognize one because of their nose and their stature. We don't see them. They're not here. Okay, so are they gone? Are they dead? Or do they live elsewhere? Behind the mirror? Or in another dimension, really, really fucking close by? Yeah, watching us? Playing with us? In this fucking game? So Dana Phoenix is here. That dude with the mask walked by twice. Did he? Fucking fishy that is, mate. Something going on with that. It's because he's got a mask on. It's all the hypoxia making them go fucking stupid. There was a woman in the shop today. She had a mask on. She was coughing her brains out. So it was just like all flob and everything, and then breathing her all back in. That's fucking healthy. Scott, nice one, mate. Richard Lopez, good to see you, my brother. And Gainer. And Lemonade. And Brian. And Justin Scott. I'm real, by the way, would meet anyone face to face. I do. I don't give a fuck. I go to meets and all of that, but I've had a couple of problems with like stalkers. People think fucking weirdly of me, and it gets really irritating. And I tend to run away. So, Earthlings here. Valerie Pax, who's Val, who's lovely. And Mad Pyman, who see everywhere. Everyone was a ship captain. Fucking yeah, indeed, indeed. I need a name for my kayak. I need to name it. I was going to put a little flag on it. Not pirate flag, though. That would be wrong. Dan again. And let me read that. Might be good. Oh, probably is. Birds chirping here at 3 a.m. Yeah, they do around here as well because you've got sodium lightning. They think it's the middle of the fucking day. Kerry Woolley's here. Just Joseph. Teresa's here. And Q Essence. And Liddy's always here. She's a good one. Mons DK. Everything again. Okay, let me just have a quick throw through because I'm looking at sketch. And it's QSN. Okay, good to see you. Soon the whole world will know. Oh, it's been getting over for a while. It's just been a tedious game of waiting for them to just fuck off. Okay, we can do a much better job of it. Of reality, I mean. Yeah, there's enough people to get this shit together. Now, properly. Yeah, all the bad eggs. All the fucking way. Thank fuck anyway. Dank's good. Loving his footage. Good. So I'm going to play a bit of this. Oh yeah, there wasn't any women. You don't see many of them on streets of Moscow. Tile Fit Australia. So creates. So I play a little bit. I don't want to show much. So I was on a show with Richard Lopez. I said I can't show much because I said I wouldn't, but only maybe 10 minutes to give you a taste. It's going to be cleaned up and given to me this week by the gentleman whose show it was on. It was in his Discord server. He played it live. Patrick Leach. I'm going to find him on YouTube. We got more taffies in the house. Ardy Wales. What's happening, Bach? Where you from? Newport? Blackwood, is it now, bud? Oh, we got someone from Blackwood. Oh, these 2 sheep while I count them. Get off of my mountain. I went to find my jacket and there it was. Gone. And Gainer. That's a good thing about the Welsh. They can take the piss out of themselves. I bet. See what I mean? Fucking loves it. Yeah? That's because we know we're fantastic, the Welsh. Anyway, greetings from Rhondda. Fuck me. This is like the Welshest fucking thing ever. Was that Contiki? And we got Bridgend born here. Lieutenant Hitch. Fuck me, this is brilliant. Oh, thanks for the $10. Richard Lopez, just give me a super. Charismic.com. He's advertising something there. So check that out, maybe. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Yeah, fuck the Jesuits. Much love, Marty. Happy Flatterday. Justin Pollock. Sweet words, my brother. How are you getting on with that? I've seen your video. Hope you haven't hurt yourself in any way. Just saying. Anyway, Matt Pyman. And Colourblind, thanks for asking how my son is. He's very well now. He's much better. We got Owen. You're from Cardiff, you're from Kyra. Did you go past me in the car today and fat thumb me? Somebody did. Was it you, Owen? You're in Kyra. I was like, Lawrence, my son, seen it. He said, somebody just fat thumbed you as well. I said, I've seen it. That was a lot. They used to do that, but I don't like that because it's a Masonic symbol. So, like, I thought flat thumbs. Like, I've gone through, like, can't do that, Matt. So I went to 3 years of that. So he said, you can't do that. All right. So I had in my head on first YouTube, I thought, well, I'll write God bless 1,000,000 times because I bet nobody in reality has ever wrote God bless 1,000,000 times. So I did. I wrote it 1,000,000 times. And then people were slagging that off as well, saying, well, what God do you want about, Matt? You better be careful. So I thought, oh, no, that's not fucking working. So I had to get rid of my peace sign. I had to get rid of my God bless. To keep people happy. So now I thought, like, I'll go with flat thumbs because it's not up. There might be something in that. It's not down because there'll be definitely something in that. Flat because it's level. Flat thumbs. Fucking ka-ching. Genius, I thought. Anyway. I'm going to show a bit of this now, this video. Make sure to share this video out. Myself, Max Igan, I picked it up quite a the way in. I'm going to show you 10 minutes or so before this gentleman comes up and fucking scuppers it. And I'll play the full version next week. Now, my volume is a bit high on this because the guy didn't basically turn it down. So if it's high, you have volume control on your computer. Yeah? You'll be able to turn it down. Just then, because people, I don't want to be replying to people in comments right now saying, in fact, me, your volume's a bit high, Matt. So, yeah, no, usually not because it's too quiet. So I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to watch a bit of this and we're going to watch the rest this week. I'm aware. I'll do it now. No audio. I did click audio. It just never come up. Fucking weird. Anything like this today. They just destroy it. But I'm totally in the camp with Max. I think this place is a simulation. I think that it is malleable through intent, but behind intent is also motive. So that has to be addressed and watched. But I think definitely that we are creators. And I've put it to the test 1,000 times since. You're fucking right there. You're right there, love. Fucking jinx that. I ain't playing it. It's weird. So I've done the volume, but it never come out. So I'll just do it this week. Anyway, you get the idea. Okay. I can actually, if you would like. Oh, no, I can't because that fucking bit messed up. I could have uploaded it onto my other channel. Unfortunate that. Just try once more again. What's going on there? If it's not going to work first 3 fucking times, I ain't going to do it, but there's 800 of you watching, so let's have a go again. Okay. Oh, never mind, I just switched it off. It's gone. Don't worry. Anyway, I'm going to go. It's basically 12 o'clock. I've been on 3 hours. Let me give you a few more of you shouts. It's been a fantastic evening. So what do you reckon about the mirror? Spooky. So what I'm hoping now is that every time you look in the mirror, okay, don't think of me. Remember what Martin told me about the mirror? That could happen, actually. So, let me show you Hyperboreus, says Dwaynage. Oh, yeah, where you got that hidden then, mate? In your pocket dimension. Bufferoo Trot. So, sorry about that, but don't worry, it's not going to be lost. I prefer it when it's better anyway, and I said to the guy I wouldn't show it, so it's better. Okay, guys? And I'll show you in a day or two. Don't worry, Sonia. It's there, it's safe, I have it, and I'm going to get it better, basically edited with improved audio, apparently. It's weird, that. Martinka, Spore, good to see you, DB, thank you for popping by. Looking for the blood moon. Is it blood moon, is it? I don't know, I haven't seen the moon in fucking days. Mickey's saying, what the fuck? Yeah, it's me all over, isn't it? Now it's better. I know, the volume did come out then, did it? So I could have carried on with it, could have I? Do you want to see a little bit of it? Tell me now, press 1. I can bring it up. Tell me now, press 1, I can play a bit of it. Oh, shit.
Masks and stuff, all these nano.
Only a bit. Just tell me, press 1 and I can tell you. All right, and show a bit. If it did come out, I didn't know that. Audio cancelled. All right then. Oh, right, you're all wanting me, are you? Oh, okay, then. Sorry, I got another computer here, and it's a bit fucking running behind. Excuse me. All right, then, we'll have a little bit of it, see how it goes. Try to get myself in trouble anyway. Okay. Let me just run this back a little bit, because I don't want it at the fucking beginning, because Max moaning about fucking Corona, get my channel chucked off. Okay, we'll take it from there. Right, I don't know who this other guy is. I've never met him before. Oh. I started to present a bit anyway. Okay, let me get that right. Okay, so Max done a post recently where he was telling me all about the science of technasmia, which is fascinating to learn about. I've done an entire chapter on it in my book. Coincidence, isn't it? So let me get rid of that. Max, Biscuits MI6. Yeah, I know. They all say that. Actually, he goes on about, like, you can't trust anyone because he thinks everyone's fucking shill. And that's why he goes on these little fucking... He basically does interviews with people like 250 subs, like little ones, little channels and that, because he basically doesn't trust the bigger channels. So he says. So, anyway. Let's have a go at share screenage. 880 of you. We're going to take this from about half hour in. Max been going on about, like, basically Corona and shit for ages. Now we're going to pick it up on Tartaria. I can't hear it. It's just a taste. And then it's going to be basically shown this week. So you just know. Okay, share screen. I'm going to mute.
Hollywood writer.
No.
You couldn't write a script of this. This is, and when you bring in the nanotech and the face masks and the little nano worms and what they're
Yep.
doing to people, I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Nope.
It's next level stuff. It's really freaky.
And that's why Tartaria and mud flood theory could be the key to helping, you know, the awareness about this, because, you know, once you realize what has been erased from history, you know, you can wrap your head around what else we've been lied to about.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I'm not sure if can you guys hear me here?
Yeah.
Okay, hey. Everything that you said, Max, I resonate with. I call that a lot of that the shadow work, or looking the darkness in the eye and acknowledging it. And I've studied all the facets of everything that you're talking about, and I spent a lot of time focusing in on that. But I also try to do a lot of light work or a lot of research that's like lifts my spirit and gives me a sense of hope or optimism or mystery or excitement. And on the spirit of the Tartarian narrative, there was a huge elements of that philosophy and that narrative and that historical timeline that I found really inspiring. And I think that all of the work that the whole research community, including you and Martin and Philip and Anatoly Fomenko and the New Earth Channel and John Levi, and, you know, go down the list of all of these heroes of ours, and this part of this new chronology movement, is that though I think it's important to talk about everything that you're talking about, and we should definitely keep that you know, relevant and topical, there is something, like Pat was suggesting, that there is something that's a little uplifting about this new chronology movement, about unraveling our true historical timeline, that is really uplifting. And I would, you know, invite anyone to maybe step in and bring up some of the ideas about how, maybe even Martin talking about how some of those ideas have kind of lifted the spirit. Sure. When I researched like Antiquitech and etheric energy and these beautiful cathedrals and all of this stuff associated with that, the ley lines and how they were manifesting these beautiful cathedrals, I'm just in awe on how glorious it potentially could have been, especially when you throw in the airships and all this beautiful, fantastic stuff. It lifts my spirit, and I pine for that era. I want to be on one of those Tartarian airships. I want to be flying over the earth and looking down at these glorious cathedrals. And if that was really only 200 years ago, and we're dealing with this reset, and Max has talked about these solar maximums and minimums and these grand resets, and the fact that the 5G might be connected to a new reset, but that there could be these eras where the rise of logos is there, and then the darkness comes up, and maybe we go in these cycles of light and dark. And right now we're in the darkness, we're in the dark era, the dark ages now, but there might be a sense of hope or optimism that the light will come back, and maybe the glory of Tartaria will come back. But anyway, Martin and Max and anyone, maybe we could maybe focus in on some of these uplifting topics, because I balance them out. I'm literally, in both realms. I study the light and the dark, and I resonate with all of it, but I feel charged at times that it helps me lift my spirit. Tartaria has really brought such joy to my soul. But with that stated, thank you for that insight, Max.
Yeah, look, it has, and it is incredibly uplifting, realizing what we had. And some of the stuff, I don't know whether you saw, Martin, did you see a video that I posted on my BitChute channel called Technasma? Yeah, which is a Russian subtitles, which talks about resonators. You just create a resonator in a certain shape, like a cross, like a swastika, like a Star of David, like all of these things. These are actually energy resonators. All you've got to do is put a vibration into them, and they pull energy from 0 point and just create it. You put these together, you've got your flying carpets, you've got your Vimana, you've got all of this stuff is all provable, and it was all there, and it is incredibly uplifting. And what
there we go, Max. Talk about bring that up.
You say that we're in a kind of a dark age now, but you look at what they're doing with this scamdemic, and they're creating an entire world of critical thinkers. They're actually bringing critical thinking back into the fray. A lot of people aren't getting it, but a lot of people are. So they're basically reintroducing critical thinking. So in many ways, it's a good thing. I mean, and the way you do it, you can't get depressed about it. As I've often said, you've got to walk the path of the warrior. You face infinity without flinching, no stake in the outcome. This is just a path of enlightenment. This whole journey through life is a part of it, a path of enlightenment. It's a path to find your true self, and you can never die. You never die. This is just an experience you're having. So what's to fear? What's to fear through any of this? And I see it, I can almost see it as a form of soul purification. All these zombies and all these people, you're going to purify consciousness through this, and you're creating a world of critical thinkers. You're getting that back into human consciousness, and I think that's a good thing. And when you look at the resonators, I mean, we're getting so close to figuring out how they did this, which is why they're so intent on pulling all these old buildings down, because all these old buildings are power stations. They generate their own electricity, and if people can figure out how to turn them back on, then it's going to be game, set, and match. So I think there's a lot of that going on as well. I think we're living in a really positive time. I think they're freaking out, which is why they're doing this, because they have to do this. They have to cull the population now, because if they don't, they're going to lose power. And I think that they're moving too fast. Too many people are waking up. So I see it as, with all the negative stuff, I see it as a really positive time.
Yeah.
Yes, Max, that's what's so great about you. And why I've been following you for 10 years, and you do shadow work and light work, and half the time you lift my spirit, and I just feel so full of love. And then we do all the dark stuff, and we research that. And just what you said, like, let's go into Tartaria and lift the spirit and talk about the glory of this era and maybe how it lifts our spirit. So thank you for contrasting. That's what I love about you. You have both sides of you, and I think all of us need to do the shadow work and the light work. So maybe we could switch gears, and Martin can come in and bring in some of the glory of Tartaria.
Well, it's the sacred geometry. It's just beautiful. It's an unbelievable science of Tartaria. And we can't replicate anything like this today. They don't even attempt to replicate anything like this today. They just destroy it. But I'm totally in the camp with Max. I think this place is a simulation. I think that it is malleable through intent. Behind intent is also motive. So that has to be addressed and watched. But I think definitely that we are creators. And I've put it to the test 1,000 times since I was a teenager. And it's always worked. So I know this is a fact. Now, concerning the Phoenicians, Max, this stuff that I've been looking into with them, that it fits so much in with the simulation idea. It's absolutely unbelievable. But it's associated with water as well. So I think like this is some sort of game. I really do. I think that we're in, there's certain players in this reality, guys, like Max and other people who seem to be able to affect change in the entire paradigm. And I think that we're being viewed. If I was to hazard a guess as to where we're being viewed, I would guess it was through the mirrors, is where I think we're being watched. Mirror vision. Terrorvision. Yes, I coined that. Terrorvision, yeah. So it feels like that as well. And the thing is shifting constantly. Each day looks completely different to the day before. Everyone's feeling it. The vibration's lifting. The whole thing is evolving. Consciousness is evolving with us. And soon as we're ready, we can all see clearly together at the same time, then the great unveiling and everything that it needs to be known about this place will be unveiled to us, is the way I feel about it, like Max just said. So yeah, definitely. But the evidence is there. If you're going to have a reset, don't leave the evidence on the ground, okay? We know there's been reset after reset, and I think the social engineers and contemporary music, etc., told us this happens over and over again. But don't ask me how I know and why I know. I don't know. But I have a distinct feeling that this is the last time. Why? Well, maybe because of the weirdness going on at the moment. With Tartaria, can I just show you some stuff, guys, and just give you a quick 5 minutes, just shoot through and share screen, give you some idea of some stuff, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. Make it happen, boss.
Yeah, well, the Golden Age of Tartaria, we know already had free energy using resonators. We have the evidence over and over again. We can show you this is like Moscow and the Kremlin, fully illuminated, 1700s, again, early 1800s. So it's, when people are going with the narrative or the Hegelian dialectic of Tesla and Edison, And there's just no evidence for these people, either of them really, guys. You know, there's no video evidence of Tesla ever existing. It's just another paradigm for you to look down and think, oh, Tesla invented free energy. No, this was a Serbian guy. He's living in a place where this stuff is up and running. When he was a boy in 1856, guys, this guy witnessed a lot of changes. But electricity was definitely a thing used from the buildings, from the ether tech, resonators, catching a charge, and utilised through the population. Now, they tried to get rid of this over the period of time, guys, as I'm sure you all know. I'll give you some evidences here. This is in Brooklyn. So they use this, you know, these portals. It's like a resonating tech. You know, if you think of church windows, are all set in a different snowdrop. Every single one, no two are the same. So they all have a different frequency, 432, whatever it is, and a different effect on the ether. This place must have been fantastic. So I use this building. It's in Brooklyn. There is in the modern day. So they dismantle the tech of these buildings, and all of this, like Max was just explaining about the subtle energies of technosmia. So, you know, even with gargoyles or definitely these Phoenician agitations, they affect the ether in a negative way. They really do. And they put Solomon sigils into wrought ironwork as well, guys. So this was this fantastic place in Tartaria, 1904. Look, beautiful Tartarian buildings, these aerials and everything, you know, drawing in these electrostatic potential and this, you know, whatever is locked in the, you know, total potential within the ether. And the higher up you go, the more electrostatic potential is available. So all you have to do is get up high, really. So this is a nice little shot. There's the building in the modern day, but everything outside this fantastic building is just piles of dirt, mud, stones, and rock. So, you know, they're just getting rid of the previous civilization right the way through 2 world wars. You know, the bombing campaigns of World War II, they tried to tell you, and World War I actually, but they tried to tell you, you know, Bomber Harris and Dresden and, you know, Hamburg and what happened to all these cities, guys, was, you know, an attack on just, you know, military placements there or the biggest harbour in the world, etc. When all they were doing was attacking the architecture, and it was very selective. You know, use a German shot, 1941. There is in the modern day. Everything.
Martin, you have a bit of a bad audio connection.
Really?
Maybe if you unplugged your headphones and just talked into the computer speaker, I think it might fix that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But let me get out of here. Well, what does it sound like exactly?
Just a bit.
He
static.
sounds good. Just a little scratching there. No, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, continue. Sorry.
That was a great pic. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Well, this is an artist. I'm not sure if he's looked at our work or what have you, but he's come along in the last year or two and he's nailed it. You know, the airships or these steam-powered submarine airships, but it's a mixture.
You wouldn't need steam power. The thing is, you wouldn't need steam power with these resonators.
Exactly.
That technosma is amazing. That is how they used to do it. That's absolutely, I think, how they used to do it.
Flying carpets as well. Yeah, just lift these things like that. Yeah. So definitely,
I think there's still a lot of them parked there. When you look through India, there's buildings, and they've got on top, they've got what look like small temples for one person to go and stand in, and they're all parked around the edge of the building. It's a parking lot. These are all Vimana that you just walk in there and fly them wherever you wanted. You know,
sure, 100%. The manners. I was wondering, remember they were talking about red mercury make you invisible in front of a mirror? Do you remember that?
I've heard some amazing stuff about red mercury. I've heard that red mercury will also cure cuts and wounds. You can just put the red mercury on there and it will just heal it.
Yeah,
just close the wound like magic, like you see on Star Trek or something, you know.
I wondered if people worked out that they were being watched through the mirrors and they put this red mercury into their clothing and thread in the past to be able to block it, like some sort of invisibility from the other realm looking in. So I'm just showing you here. These are like early 1700s Tartarian out of a Tartarian book, basically. And I'll just show you, this old world that got completely destroyed, as you can see, Tartaria. It's advanced technology, but it's all smashed. It's all muddied. Now, just basically, I completed my last book and I tried to do a chronology on the mud flood. So what I've proposed, I'll say here now, is I think Noah's flood, or one of the main floods, happened coincidentally on the 1st of April, 1300. So why do I think that? I think because I think they found something in Jerusalem, on the fall of Jerusalem, the Knights Templar. I think they took it back to Switzerland, where Switzerland was founded that very year. So that is not something that really can be faked. So excuse me. So I'm thinking maybe it was the Ark of the Covenant. No, it's not coincident the CERN is in Switzerland as well. So yeah, the mud flood, Tartaria, outstanding, power plants drawing in the ether to the onion domes. Bells played a part. If a bell is rung on an hourly basis, okay, the bell will reverberate, okay, inside the dome, and that will also cause a charge, which is why the clocks were always ringing on the hour to top up the cells, because bells draw energy and cause energy. So what we're looking at here is Omsk in mud-flooded Siberia, and the place is just unbelievable. Everything is just on duck boards, still thick with mud. You'll see some...
Yep.
Sorry?
Yeah, I said, yep, that's one of my favorite places.
Well, it's one of the best mud floods proofs, because basically you get these fantastical half-sunken power stations, and you've got to imagine that they've taken all of this, quality stone and everything down these, they can build this, but they can't build a sidewalk. Yeah, whatever.
So you're not sharing right now. So go ahead. Just so you know, you're not sharing.
All right. Really?
Yeah, you're not sharing.
That way.
Siberia, huh?
I show you now.
Siberia is overwhelming evidence of this cataclysm. Yeah, they were just showing. Yeah.
I'll just go back. Let me just show you. So, like I said, I thought you could see. See the size of these things here? Just the muddy streets, and all they got is duck boards. They can't build a sidewalk, but what you see is this beautiful, beautiful stone, geometric. They use a plumb line, but they can't. This is not built by these people. It's built by a previous civilization. What we think is they got reset. Everybody died except for a few, and they brought new people in from wherever. This place I feel is a lot bigger, and I definitely think they're hiding land. I really do think it's all about hidden land, somewhere where all of them are going, or probably where they've all just run off to, is my suspect.
Absolutely.
I don't think they are here. I think they've left skeleton crew of idiots to rule us because they're doing a terrible job. But look at the fantastical architecture of these people. So yeah, going on from a chronology. So anyway, so I would say the first 1,000 years AD, prior to the Norman conquest, wasn't there. It's called the Dark Ages because it wasn't there. Nothing come out of this period, guys. Absolutely nothing. A handful of things. King Alfred, the Venerable Bede and Lindisfarne, and nothing else in a 1,000-year period. So they arrived, the Normans, the French. And I think that in 1300s, around this time, this is when these French, or the Phoenicians, this watery people came in, which I guess is what is the Roman Empire, if you like. I think that we had a major reset, and I think that we had a calendar switch off, because it was Mad Max world for quite some time. Probably switched on in the Enlightening, which they call the Renaissance, which is around 1475, switched back on. Coincidentally, all the calendars, like 1300, April the 1st, the first Advent Juliana Gregorian calendar shift change on that day. And if you look into every single reset period, they all have calendar changes. They all have currency, everything changes, the whole paradigm. So the most recent we can trace is this one, is 1811 through to 1816, they say. Through New Madrid events of 1811, which is the biggest natural disaster in American history, and Missouri run backwards. But this can be traced all over Europe. It was related with comets, 2 comets, Napoleon's comet, Custer's comet. There's loads of names to these things. So excuse me. So yeah, this place in Siberia, the elites are there, but these people who live there, they are infinitely poor. They're brought in from the ships on rail as well. 1895. What's that saying? 1900. Yes, that's 1900.
Or is that I-900?
Well, that's what I just thought. But I've got like stacks of evidences. I collect data anomalies of jugs, artworks, maps, etc. And they're overwhelming. I visit cemeteries, I take photographs of data anomalies, and they are just literally overwhelming. So here's OMSC again, but I'll just show you this. You know, look at this.
Mud flood, classic mud flooder.
You're not going to build.
Yeah.
We can see this everywhere, exhibited in every city, like Max just said, Brisbane, anywhere. You know, why would you build a window halfway below? I've spoken to a lot of architects. I spoke to one once and asked him, why do you build these things below ground level? He said, I was in vogue at the time. And then I tried to say to him, did you realize that we can't find any photographic evidence, I know it sounds nuts, guys, of these buildings actually building, right, the lower level, okay, which we see behind the Great Retaining Wall, okay, and then from there on up. Now, you'd think there'd be some evidence out there somewhere of that happening, but we haven't found that. And we can't find any evidence of these buildings being built. All of the buildings in my city, capital city of Wales, 1870s, 1880s, anything before it's disappeared, except for ancient churches. Check that out. Would you argue that's not had some mud?
Mm.
You know, it's still up on the buildings here, and they just got duckboards over this deep mud, you know? Yeah, they got the fantasticest architecture. When you get further into OMSC as well, it gets worse. But they can build this, like what we see in America or Australia or anywhere, this sort of Woolworths architecture. But no, they walk on mud and wooden duckboards. And I've seen this in American cities.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, but at the end of your muddy streets, when you walk up your duckboards, okay, you got that with the Beltec and everything else going on. It's just, wow. Look at this thing, right?
Oh, yeah, I got this.
On this hill. And can you see these windows that only just...
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Me and Philip did a video with this about tubs. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that is a muddy mess. No doubt about that one. Yeah, right at the windows there. So, yeah, we're going to take with mud. People say, what could it cause? A lot of the people in this field's got different ideas, I reckon. I feel deliberate. I feel controller, reset, like game, set, match, or levels in a computer game. Or if you think of this as in like a computer, computer circuit board, cities like we talk about.
Absolutely. And no trees in the background. You see the no trees, Max?
No, there won't trees.
Yeah.
All wildlife, because they've all been taken out in the mud flood. No trees, no wildlife. New people, new population, and all. What you find the same for the 1800s, plain white guys. If you're in Mexico, you get a white uniform. If you're in Britain, you get a rustic, dark brown suit. Same for America. Okay, top hat or whatever hat for Europe. In China, you get the Chinaman's little uniform, isn't it, with the coolie hat. So everywhere it's got like some sort of uniform that they given from the controllers. For every single country exhibits them after reset. It's just the craziest thing. Like they've been to a quartermaster's stores. The old ladder-lean look. See them a lot. We see the ladders we do. We feel that they might be just after coming in skeleton crews, reactivating the Antiquitech. There could have been a lot denser here, guys. This is why, with the Giants, I feel this place was infinitely denser. I really do. And I feel the Antiquitech was possibly holding this place in, its status, holding this place together in a different vibration. And when they took the Antiquitech away, that vibration dropped. The fall of man. That was it. And now we're living.
Yeah, I think we're connected to the etheric energy that we're made of, and that's the energy that we used to use, and we were in resonance of that. Something interesting about the maps that came to my attention, there was a woman in Australia here who's been looking at the maps, and she noticed the tropics on the maps. Have you looked at that, Martin?
Yeah, sure, of course.
The tropic, when you look at the equator and then the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, a lot of people, you'll say, well, what's that all about? What do the tropics mean? And people go, well, it's tropical between those two bands. Well, actually, the word tropic is a Latin word, and it means place of the turning, because the sun travels along the equator and it goes as far north as the tropic and as far south as the tropic. And the sun is in a certain constellation when it turns. Tropic means place of the turning. So that means the sun travels as far as Capricorn and then it changes its direction. Then it travels as far as Cancer and it changes its direction. But the last time the sun actually changed in those particular tropics, in those constellations, was about 4,000 years ago. The sun actually changes in Scorpio and Taurus at the moment. So why don't we have the Tropic of Scorpio and the Tropic of Taurus on our maps? Because maps are used for navigation. I mean, that's the main purpose of a map. Sailors would get a sextant, they navigate by the constellations, but none of the maps that we've got there, even the maps from the 1400s and things showing Tartaria, they still show the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, which was not the tropics at the time. So none of the maps that we've got could have ever been used for navigation because all of the constellations are in the wrong spot. So either all of these maps are forgeries or all of these maps were made about 4,000 years ago. I don't know whether you've looked into that, but that's a little interesting twist to all this. The fact that a lot of people don't understand what the word tropic actually means. It means place of the turning, and that's the constellation the sun changes its path in. And the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer simply are not the places of the turning anymore. So why are they still on the maps? And that's an interesting little perspective.
Mm. There's an interesting little perspective. So they say Pierre Reese, Admiral Pierre Reese's maps are for 4,000 year olds. They're from a previous reset, apparently, that he's got hold of. When they show you Antarctica all vegetated and animals living down there, and Pierre Reese. So yeah, he says 4,000 years ago. He reckons they're pre-flood maps that have just been saved. So interesting to see if it would be interesting to see the geology in Antarctica to see if there was any.
I even often speculate, like is north-south and south-north, is Hyperborea that we're looking for actually in the South Pole and not the North Pole?
Video, I just said it in my last video. I shit if you not. That's what I said in my last video. Yes. Wow. I did.
I mean, everything's backwards. Everything is backwards. How do we know? They just change the N and the S on the compass. That's all they'd have to do. How do you know north is north and south? How do you know compasses don't always point south? How do you know?
Exactly. So, no, I brought up a passage in the Bible that said you can never go north, you can never go south without cease or error, but you can go east or west. And it was like, oh.
Yeah. I wonder about everything. Everything is backwards, brother. Everything is backwards. And I think, like you say, this is the last reset. I think they're pulling us more into a virtual world. And what if we're already in a simulation and we're creating simulations within the simulation? We're going further into the fraction. Is that what they're doing with this? Because what they're doing, they seem to be pulling us into the mainframe. When you start looking at things like hydrogel and all the shit that they're doing in these vaccines, it's about complete control of every aspect of us. And how do you know what reality is? It's only based on your perception and based on what you're told reality is. So how do you really know? We don't even have words in the English language to properly explain reality. When you start looking how they confounded the language. I did a lot of work a couple of years ago on Magyar and the fact that there was a universal language right across the world, which was Magyar, which was the Australian Aboriginals, the Incas, the Polynesians. All these people spoke Magyar, which is the root language of Hungarian. And there's something like 33 letters in the Hungarian alphabet. They got 50 different words for snow. I mean, you can express every single nuance of human emotion and human perspective in that language, and we don't have words for that in our language. So once they take our language from us, how can we even explain this? I mean, we go through looking at this stuff and the mud flood and Tartaria and all these things, we're kind of stumbling over each other trying to find the answers, and we don't even have the words in our language to explain what we're seeing or what we're feeling or what we're thinking. It's pretty remarkable what they've done to us. I think they're taking us a further level. Pretty soon people will be in the mainframe and they won't even know it. Something I've been noticing is that all the videos we do, everything goes online now. It's not going into the ether, it's going into the virtual world.
Yeah, I think how do you know we're not all dead? We never all died in some terrible event in the past. They'd be running a simulation hoping no one would notice.
Yeah. Who knows? It could be something like that. I mean, we are electromagnetic beings, and you know, LED is actually a form of internet.
Yeah.
You don't even need 5G for fast internet. You can use your LED lighting for it. But we have these LED screens, and we are electrical beings. You're already communicating. There's already an interface going on between you and your computer. How many times have you thought of something, not even said it, just thought of it, and then you get an ad for it pop up in Amazon or whatever? Yeah. I think of turmeric. I need more turmeric for my arthritis. Just think it. And suddenly I get 2 ads from Amazon to sell me turmeric. I haven't got an Amazon account, you know, so there's already this interface going on. If they were to pull you into that virtual world, how would you know that you're in there? Would you know they'd done it? That's the question a lot of people need to ask, I think, you know.
Wow.
I thought all along it was holographic universe. Since I read Michael Talbot's holographic universe, I thought, you know, them experiments with his daughter when he could just under hypnosis see straight through her and see this watch that she was holding and what it said on it. So she knows that she was invisible, and you know the laws of whatever they've told us this place is do not exist. So, you know, it was just shifting frequency that much that she became invisible. You know, but you know,
it's almost impossible for this not to be a hologram. There's like about a 1% chance of this not being a simulation.
I reckon so as well, Max. I reckon so. That Bostrom, that scientist in Sweden years ago, maybe 20 years ago, he done an equation, something like a Drake's equation type affair, where he ran it through a mathematical equation, and it was almost impossible for it not to be a simulation. But he suggested it was some simulation in the future, like some spotty teenager in his bedroom in the year 3030 or something.
So hey, how empowering is that?
Can I bring up something?
How empowering is
response?
that? Knowing that our minds, our thoughts, the algorithms that we are running, like your universe is you, your universe that you're creating via your perception and its projection. Imagine if we can get enough people on board of this moving into this positive reality and this great reset that's happening, actually bringing us back to what it means to be human. And the fact that they're creating an entire world of critical thinkers and that the wheels are falling off this whole system now. You know, once people become aware of that and we can project that, we can create whatever world we want. You know?
Could I jump in for a moment on this concept of simulation theory? Because it's one thing I've always struggled with. I follow some of the sentiments, but one of the things that I don't like about simulation theory is it's connected to artificial intelligence, the AI, the singularity, and computers, ones and zeros, and we live in some kind of mainframe or some kind of computer somewhere. What if what we're looking at might be more, I would consider, I don't like to compare it to the scientism that's associated with quantum physics and superstring theory, which is kind of the simulation theory came out of that lineage. What if maybe, I wonder if there's another term that we could use that you don't associate with that, the scientism cult that brought us a lot of these false narratives and a lot of these pseudoscience that we associate with some of the scientism, you know, elements around that. Because I kind of get what you're saying, but I always go and I associate it with that, with a lot of those elements of the scientism elements that I don't really agree with. I'm wondering if there's a way to translate it into more of the transcendental science connected to the etheric realm of using all the elementals to extract ether, the etheric energy, spirit, logos, God, consciousness, the great mysterious tremendum. Is there a way to project that simulation theory idea and not a default mode to computers or AI or the new tech? Is there another way to project it onto the Tartarian etheric energy?
Yeah, you have to please your thoughts. You have to watch their language. All the clues in the etymology and their language is where we go. You know, it's all spells, as we know. So if we can, you know, mess the language maybe, or just try to communicate without language, guys. This is how we were doing it before. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, we're limited by our language. We're limited. We don't have the words to explain what we really want to say. So we've got to come up with the best that we can, which is things such as simulation or hologram. And we've been taught to associate that with computer technology and all that sort of shit. What about it? What would God do if God wanted to experience reality? God would create a simulation of physicality. and shatter his mind into 7 billion different fragments that all had amnesia, so he could communicate with himself and find out how he became God, and find out just to have an experience. I mean, what would you do if you were God?
I said it last week.
Boring. You might want someone to talk to. So you do something like this, you know what I mean? So when you think of it as coming from the divine, and thinking how it is all ether and it is all connected to that, it's just our training to associate the word simulation with science. But what is science? You know, so really, I think it all comes back to the mind of God, and I think that it all does come back to divinity. We are all simply, I mean, and imagine if you had, if you were God and you wanted to purify yourself even further, what would you do? You create something like this where all the sheep are going to go and take their vaccines and their masks and fuck off. You know, you're purifying your consciousness in the whole process, you know. So
what if there's another word that we could use, Max and Martin? Instead of saying simulation theory, we would say like simulation mysterium, to bring it into a more of a terrain of this transcendental science we're talking about, like simulation mysterium, or come up with another word for this community where we don't associate it with that pseudoscience that I have trappings with connected to AI and computers.
Sure. I totally agree with what you're saying, Watson, and you know, to touch on the Tartarian architecture and, you know, its understanding of sacred geometric, you know, structure. So whoever built these buildings, they must have placed them in specific locations. And to touch on John Levi's work, even all the way back to who knows how long with this, and with the ley lines everywhere, it is a sort of some sort of sigil or a motherboard in which, you know, this architecture was built on precisely. So I mean, and consciousness itself is some sort of computer, you know, it's a transcendental computer. And like Max was saying, if God or spirit or source or whatever it was wanted to manifest itself in some, you know, simulated world, it would have had to have some sort of motherboard or a way to connect itself and create some sort of life forms that can create these architectures and expand itself. So I mean, I'm really interested in John Levi's work with the ley lines, and then where these prominent governments and buildings are built in association with the ley lines.
Do anyone know where the term ley lines comes from? Do you know where that comes from, just out of interest?
No.
Why they're called ley lines?
Oh, I never heard that.
There was, I can't remember who it was, but there was someone who noticed that certain buildings and churches were on certain lines, and they are in certain villages in England, and the village would always end with like it'd be Cowley or Barclay or whatever. It would be L-E-Y at the end of the name of the village. And that's where they noticed. So they became ley lines because it was always Barclay or Cowley or whatever. So so even the term ley line, when people look at it, it's not like the lines have been laid out or anything. It's just that's where they first discovered it, and that was the prefix or the suffix of all of the names of the particular villages where they found these structures that appeared to be running in a certain line. And there was a straight line between them, like they'd find a line between Stonehenge and somewhere else. Sure. That would be a village that ended in L-E-Y. So that's just where that came from. So there might even be another word for them, for what these energy grid lines are. But that's just, I just thought I'd throw that in there as a point of interest, as where the name originated, the etymology of it.
Yeah, makes two.
I'm sorry, Jacob. I'm sorry, Jacob. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're good. I was going to say, I mean, I have quite a few things to ask and to add to it, but I love this talk so far. But the swastika on, you know, all of these notes of what you guys are talking about is, you know, a depiction of the Big Dipper as it rotates around the North Star. And, you know, a lot of people don't understand a lot of these things that we are talking about right now. And what I see happening, you know, from my perspective, is that all of us are coming to these new, what I would call the mystery, you know, what the Bible calls the mystery religions from the ancient world. Is that the ancient world, as we all agree, obviously knew quite a few things that we don't know, and we are rediscovering And it seems as though there seems to be a camp that has existed for years that has tried to cover up or bury this information, but has subtly revealed, like in those paintings and the pictures and the things that Pat was showing, the sacred, the language of nature. It's not, you know, it's not what we speak. It's and it's numbers. Numbers aren't a figment of man's imagination. They exist in reality, part of our imagining them. It's the fabric, you know, of the universe, or the matrix that we do live in. And that's, you know, I understand what I forget what your name is, sorry, but what you were saying earlier with not liking to equate with, like, you know, a computer simulation. But what I was even having this talk with my uncle last night. You know, he's a super spiritual, like, Baptist Christian, and he was, oh, you know, human body is like a computer. And I was like, yes, it is. It is just like a computer. It's actually a lot more advanced than a computer. It has software. All the things that we are designing on Earth are our most advanced science has. It depicts things that we find at the subatomic level, and it in those functions he's showing right there. That's a hardware function that has to be, you know, in a certain place at certain times, run those programs and stuff. We live in a biological shell that is able to run algorithms at nanoseconds. Like, we are resonating into reality. We are vibrating reality. Everything is vibrating. And what we think is real is not quote unquote real, because we know science that, you know, looking down at the molecular and subatomic and quantum levels, there are things going on that we can't even understand, that we don't, you know, that we are, but it also seems that the ancient people, you know, the Tartarians and, you know, whoever you want to call them, this ancient civilization, this in style world used to know stuff about this world, and it all got erased or forgotten. And the question then becomes, why was it erased? What happened to it? And the people that do know about it, who are in powerful places, why have they been covering it up? And what are they doing with this technology?
Absolutely.
Very interesting.
Well, Jacob, no, Jacob, hold that line of questioning. Those are actually good questions. Let Martin talk to these pictures right here and tell us what's going on. Martin, you showed some very interesting pictures, sort of like these circuit board cities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead and finish explaining that.
Yeah, to clarify, Martin's sharing his screen, Jacob, but that's not me. Got to give credit where credit's due.
All right, so
It's my fault, man. My fault. I wish I could do what I'm trying to get.
No, you're good. Yep, you're good, brother.
Yeah, well, the cities, I've said often the cities look like circuit boards. They're moving us into this mainframe. They're moving us into this digital world. You know, the roads used to be bendy and windy country roads. They all became straight. Now cities look like circuit boards. You look at them from a aerial view of them, they all look like circuit boards.
Vegas, you man. Vegas, Las Vegas, it's a circuit board. They've even got the components. Well, what we discovered about 3 years ago was this guy Piranesi was drawing these ancient plans of Rome. But when we look down on them, it's like, well, you got this part here, which is like the heat sink, and you know, you get like basically the hard drive, and you get like all of the parts, you get the components in a modern day a modern day computer. And if you look at this thing from above, this is actually a computer. Yeah, it looks like a city. The water definitely plays a role. The data stream, no doubt about it. Where's the information? On the cloud. What's the cloud? Water. Oh, they tell us there. So, flood reset. So yeah, that's another thing we picked apart. So what were they computing? What were they computing? If all of the cities are computing something, I would suggest reality, guys. And I reckon they still are. You know, they just replaced them with glass and metal, stuff that's not going to last next reset. And corrugated iron. So anything, you know, whatever, hot wires or floods or what have you.
Yes.
They want.
It seems like they're taking everything that's natural and making it unnatural. You know what I mean? Like,
turning everything on its head. They're creating a mirror version of reality. It's even like you say, they're talking about the mystery religion from the old days. It wasn't a religion. It was just a way of life. It was just being connected to the ether and knowing how reality works. But they called it the mystery religion. Don't look there. That's all Satan and
Right. No. But from my point of view,
to source, and they want you to look at it as a religion, but it's not a religion.
Exactly. that's how the modern church views it. And I agree with you exactly like that. And I think that's what the big divide was when years, over the past, if you look at a lot of these different things that have happened, where history was heavily covered up, what happened quite a long time ago was that, when Christ came on the earth, if the story of Christ was true and he did have followers and stuff, regardless of if that was true, 300 years later, the Roman Catholic system was created, which was a form of, oppressive religion that dictated authority. On the thing here,
I think all the religion. I think all the religion's been created recently. Personally, I do.
Right.
I don't buy into any
well,
of the stories. I think that all these religions were different chapters of the same book. I think they all work together. All you got to do is look at the religious artifacts through Europe. You find buildings, signs above churches, which have got the Islamic crescent. They've got the Christian cross. They've got a sun symbol. Some of them even have structures on them that look like the Star of David. I think all of these things are resonators. I think the swastika was a resonator. If you look at Technasma and you see how you put these symmetrical crosses in place to make like a power bank, there's swastikas between all of them. This is the basis of free energy, which is why they don't want us to have it. They want us to vilify it. We've been taught to hate and fear everything, which is beneficial to us. And they've turned everything on its head. Every single thing is backwards. They're making a mirror version of reality, and they're pulling us into
the truth.
It's like
the truth has been changed.
Yeah, and they've reversed it. They're creating a mirror version. They're sort of pulling us
exactly what you just said. It's not that they're just lying. They are directly reversing the truth. They are making us think
everything.
And
they are reversing reality. Reversing reality and pulling us into a false paradigm is what they're doing. And I think what's happening at the moment is people are waking up to that. This is a new renaissance, what's happening right now. Because like I said, they're creating a whole world of critical thinkers through this. So
and where do you guys seeing what you guys see? Because, we can obviously see this great awakening happening, the singularity or some form of, this renaissance going on or whatever. But what do you see happening with the people that control the world, with the things that we do know about the evil that exists, the ones that know more about this stuff, who have been studying this for years? How much control do you think that they still have of the world, and where do you think they're trying to push it? And do we, as the people, do you see us breaking out of this in the way that we're all addicted to social media? We're all a part of this, one world system right now, or do you see us being soaked into it? Like if they offer an RFID chip out tomorrow that lets you connect to Facebook with 90% of the, just because we do it as this, we are the minority now. As my children who are 12, 13, and 6 and 5, or one of them drinking that, but anyway, as they continue to move forward in this history that we're seeing, this revolution, blockchain technology is, I just learned about how advanced it is a few weeks ago, and it's just blowing my mind because I love tech and have loved it for a long time. But it will revolutionize and is going to continue to do that. But the norm for them and like for what we had back in the day is totally different, and it will continue to exponentially change. And what, like you guys are talking about with the masks and the social conditioning, how people still do this stuff, what's going to happen in 10 years when the next cataclysm happens? And the kids are so used to seeing how we just, take the next vaccine or the next chip. Let's say if this one doesn't hurt people or doesn't do stuff like that, what kind of things are they going to do when we can see that they've designed our cities as computer systems? They've literally, been putting stuff into our food, into our medicine to literally fill us full of metals and things to resonate with the energy field in the earth. And so do you see us breaking out of this mind control or being pulled more into it as a one world system? Because that's what I believe will happen, and that's what I see happening. We are all coming together under this same umbrella that we know that they are lying, but we don't have really a compass on where to go, which in and of itself is a new form of a religion. If you understand what I'm saying, go ahead.
You gotta let him. You gotta ask a question. You gotta let him answer it. So let him answer.
Yeah, well, People are so intent on preserving their life in this realm. They're not realizing this is a soul test. It's a spiritual test. You kind of come here, I would suggest, to grow your soul, to see what you're prepared to take. I don't think they'll get away with what they're doing, but I wouldn't be surprised if the human race kind of splits into two, be almost like the Morlocks and the Eloi. You will have people that go completely into that technological world and people who don't. People who do go into it, I mean, the plans they've got are pretty dramatic. I've been talking about how they want to feed us insects and all sorts of stuff lately. How what the function, what Lucifer really means, and phosphorus within our body, and all of this sort of stuff. The phosphorus which is in us, which gives us animation and is the light within us. Now they're talking about tech, where our bodies power the tech. Elon Musk is talking about lithium phosphorus batteries. So they're moving closer to the realms of phosphorus. They're now talking about feeding us insects, and they're saying that this insect food, insects contain things like melanin and stuff that they use on circuit boards because they're great conductors of electricity and memory and all sorts of stuff like that. So this is the stuff they want to feed us. So they're turning us into computers ourselves for the people who are going to go along with that. And a lot of people will, and that's their path, and that's where they'll go, and they'll go straight into that mainframe. But a lot of us won't. I think a lot of the reason they do these resets, this is just highly speculative, but I think that when they destroyed, because I think they do play this in games, they play it in levels. It's like a three level game, and you've got certain levels all the three. The first level was the destruction of Hyperborea. The second level was the destruction of the Atlantean civilization, which would have been Tartaria would have been part of that, I would think. And they want to move us into the next level, and it's going to be whether people go into that level or not. And God, I've lost track of what I was saying. But I think they're moving us into the mainframe. I think a lot of people already got led into the mainframe, which is why you can't wake so many people up. A lot of the non-playing characters out there, you'll never ever wake them up because they don't have souls. They're already in that mainframe. And half of the fun that they have in playing their game, whoever they are, is like playing needle in the haystack. They're trying to find all the remnants of Hyperborea, which is all the people who can think, all the people who are still aware, which is why they create the truth movement. Why they created 9/11. Why was 9/11 so obvious? It was a fishing exercise. They wanted to create the truth movement because they wanted to see who gets it. Where's all the thinking people? Where's all the alive people? Because we want to get those souls. We want to bring them into the mainframe. How many people can we get to be so terrified of ever leaving this realm, so terrified of ever leaving this prison, that they will give everything they've got to remain part of it, to be immortal or whatever within the mainframe? You know, why are people so scared of death? Because this life is just a test. It's what comes after this, which is the important part. You know, if this world destroys itself, well, this world destroys itself. It's a prison anyway. But what is important here is what your soul does and the soul choices you make. You know, are you prepared to face infinity without flinching? That's what this is about. You know, so if you move into fear and think, well, gee, look what they're doing, all of those people are already in there. They're already gone. They're just trying to coerce you into going with them out of fear. You don't have to do that. And you don't have to have any stake in the outcome of this world or any stake in the outcome of this existence that you have here, because it's just an experience to see really what you're made of and what you're worth and how far you're prepared to go before you will step into the power that is you, step into your divinity and stand in that with no fear, no stake in the outcome, no fear of anything that they can throw at you. Because when you stand in that, it'll simply break against you like a wave. I mean, I'm 63 years old and I've never complied with the system. I've been living outside it for my whole life. All I've done in my life is give as much as I can to people, and everything just works for me. It just all happens. Everything just is cruisy. I have little stresses and whatever, but nothing substantial, you know. And it's about how I'm prepared to face exiting this realm, really. I mean, that's the whole reason you came here. The one part of life that you're guaranteed is that you're going to die. It's how you face that. Will you face that in fear? Do you think this is all that there is? Because if you do, then they can lead you into that mainframe by controlling your fear, controlling your thoughts, get you to come and do this, take all their medicines and all this shit to lead you in there. And then you'll be in there with everybody else. That's what I think is a lot of what's going on here. I mean, I have no stake in what happens to this world. I do what I can while I'm here to try to improve the world that I'm in. I want to leave it a little bit better than how I found it if I can. To me, that's success. If I've managed to help someone in their life find themselves a little bit and become comfortable with being who and what they are and maybe find out who and what they are, well, to me, that is success as well. But I have no stake in the outcome of this. I'm prepared to face infinity without flinching. I won't take a backward step to tyranny. And who they are, I mean, you can get into the whole pointing the finger at whoever. I think looking at the Kabbalah is really interesting if people want to do that. There is definitely a certain mafia at the top that wants to wipe out most of civilization and most of the people, including most of the Jews. So, you know, they just want their little reality. If you start looking at a Jacob's ladder and how they believe they can reconnect with the divine, they believe that there's a certain way out of this simulation and to reconnect with the divine. That's what they're trying to do. And they're prepared to sacrifice everybody to do it. So that's a lot of what's going on here as well. But again, it comes down to a personal thing. It all comes down to a personal thing. You know, are you prepared to face infinity without flinching? How much stake in the outcome of this life do you really have? All this stuff that people collect and, you know, look how successful I am. I've got this big pile of shit to sit on, you know, but I missed out on my life. I collected all this stuff and I think it's me, but now I'm like 70 or 80 years old and I'm going to die and none of it means anything. And I never found me along the way. I thought it was about all this other shit.
Yeah.
So,
Max, let me ask you a question. Have you heard Martin talk about the giants before?
Oh, giants.
Oh no, but I know there were giants here. I've got so many photographs of giants. I mean, look at some of the buildings, the staircases, the doorways. I mean, it's ridiculous that you would think we built this shit.
That's
I've
right.
got so many photographs of giants.
Absolutely.
You know,
Tartarian giants. No, absolutely, no joke. Absolutely.
Jeremy, I find it.
Look, it really there's so much to it. I mean, even when you start looking at the Mud Fossil University guy, that's pretty out there stuff. But hey, you look at it and go, well, I can't completely refute it. You know, what's the possibility? You know,
Absolutely.
who knows? Who knows? You know, it's like every reset we get smaller and smaller. Like we'll be pygmies after the next one. We'll probably be like little guys this big, you know. And at the moment, it's like we're running around in the long grass. Even when you look at the No Forest on the Earth video I mean, who knows? We know silicon-based life exists, so why not? Why not? You say that's impossible. How is it impossible? How do you know?
Absolutely. Check this out, Max. Check these what Martin brought out.
Yeah.
But they had a lot of cryptids as well in the past, didn't they? You know, in a lot of these books,
Well, you think about that as well with mRNA. You think about centaurs and all these weird creatures that they had. If you really want to get biblical about it, it says in the end times all these creatures will appear again. And now they're injecting mRNA into people. And RNA, I mean, you can do anything with RNA. And RNA is what turns a caterpillar into a butterfly.
Sure.
So you can turn the human race into pretty well anything you want with RNA.
Well, Max,
you put these 5G frequencies out there. You got any number of frequencies to choose from. What's going to happen when you activate a certain frequency in a certain body, depending on what injections and stuff they've given them, they turn them into anything they want, you know?
Yeah, I think it tames people down, this injection, because I got a mate who's a bit like, he's just totally rad. He's totally punk rock. He usually doesn't care about anything. And he had an injection. He came here about 2 weeks after because I banned him from my house. Yeah, he came here and he was very, very quiet and sheepish. And I was like, you know what? He's really off. It's like, where's his personality gone? It's like he's had a personality transplant since he'd had the vaccination. Definitely think it's altered his personality. Really do. So I think it's an aspect.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, once this is in there, even Klaus Schwab has said they can rewrite people's memories.
Yeah.
Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum has said that the stuff we can do with vaccines, we can rewrite people's memories, we can literally change people into whatever we want. He's said it himself.
Same clause.
You know? I'm sure you've all noticed the time aspect. There's no denying that's a thing. It's just days are like, you know, like seconds, you know. We're into April now. It's what happened? How did we get here? It's just how is time accelerating so just crazily?
That's something I
with
wanted
all
to
you-
touch on was time, and because I know a lot of people say, "Oh, things are ramping up," and I don't think so. I think that this is cyclical and everything's naturally unfolding. And especially if you study sacred geometry, because that's one of my main practices, is to understand this three-phase system of how phi rolls into itself at like a hyper fast rate until it becomes itself again on a lower third tier. It seems like this is all ramping up. Just it's going along to plan, both to nature's plan for time.
Definitely. I don't think anything's going to happen that's not supposed to happen. I think the last reset is this. I definitely think we're all going to, like Max said earlier, this is it. This is the crossroads. They're giving everyone a little respite now, okay? And then it's going to change, okay? That was just a test. See how many people would just, you know, be just a new kind of stupid with the masks, which they all have.
Hey, Martin, with all those slideshows of the Giants, you guys haven't talked about the Giants. Could you and Max share a few yarns about how Giants were a part of the, the Tartara area and how we walked amongst Giants? Why don't you spin a yarn around the giant people that you keep showing images of?
Yeah, for sure. But Max was talking about maglev technology. Basically, there's fibers in scarab beetles that apparently got maglev technologies. Butterflies, other animals utilize it. But there's this technology they show you in a lot of these books where it's umbrella. I think the clues are with Mary Poppins, and these wingsuits, and it seems like the people are just flying around in the sky, you know. And there's a lot. You'd be surprised. I've got literally thousands of these evidences, and I'm not even joking. But yeah, they were very fine. So the reports of people from the Hyperborean were, you know, very kindly, yeah, hyper intelligent, all in beautiful silks, and a beautiful harmonic culture where everything's at higher vibration. Yeah, everything looks like the Celestine prophecy, and these are what they look like, just in beautiful. And this is the the fall of man where we are now. So I think we cohabited with them in one of the resets recently. Why do I think that? Because the buildings are still here. They got massive doors, massive everywhere. So I think they were in one of the more recent resets, probably before 1800s or something. Yeah, these giants. And we got these crazy creatures as well. These your little yeti thing.
They're recently enough that they existed when photography was here. So,
well, I think that's a lot in my new book, Max. This Eastman, psyop of photography and everything turning up in like conveniently like the 1830s. I really don't think that's a factor. I think that they are really easy things compared to the Industrial Revolution and the technology of the day. I think they could nail the bloody camera. They're really simple tech. So I think that they can let us know that. And I think also of some of these photographs we may be looking at, maybe of a reset further back, or not even this reality altogether. Like San Francisco, for example, 1906 destroyed. I really do feel that this is disconnected from us. It doesn't feel like it's anything to do with us. I feel really disconnected and spooky feeling when I look.
San Francisco is one of the most compelling cities to show that there was an ancient civilization here. Just the story of the gold rush and how they formed San Francisco and stuff. They built that huge, massive sewer system beneath it at the time. They just thought they'd do that, did they? Before they built the town on top. I mean, the sewer system beneath San Francisco is spectacular, and it would have taken thousands and thousands of people, and it would have taken a really long time to do. And when the gold rush, they built a big quarry and built a brick factory so they could build that sewer system. Is that what they did? People don't understand that. In order to, even when you come here to Sydney with the Queen Victoria building and stuff, it isn't just the fact that they built this incredibly Gothic architecture here. These were convicts that came out on wooden sailing ships, we're told. And they would have had to have dug a quarry and made a brick factory in order to build all this stuff. I mean, that's not what you do when you're colonizing a country. You don't just dig a quarry and build a brick factory, And so, none of it makes sense. So I think San Francisco is one of the most compelling cities that we have to show that this culture existed.
Even the oldest photographs you can find of San Francisco, or this is Washington, but they're already mud flooded, even in the earliest 1850s. So these are from a previous civilization. San Francisco, though, is the best. I got some of the best video you could imagine. What about the Alamo, Max? The Alamo is a Greco-Romano temple with 2 columns, and they've had statues removed of some sorts of deities in the past. Don't know what the aerial is on the Alamo, though. Maybe that's what all this trouble is about.
Yeah, yeah.
By any chance, do you have any pictures of the liquefied bricks?
Oh, sure. My meltage section. Oh, I got everything. Yeah,
vitrified fortresses all across Europe. And look at the Libyan desert glass. That sort of stuff. I actually got some here.
Yeah.
Oh, great, shit. Oh, okay.
That's Libyan desert glass, which is the purest silica glass in the world, found in the Libyan desert in 2 areas. One is like a big oval, and another is like a big racetrack. And all the desert's been turned to glass, but nowhere else in the area. And it's the most pure silica glass in the world.
Used on 2
by something of incredible heat. What's that doing there? Right in the area where apparently Horus had the battle using the harpoon of Horus, where he went to war with Set over the skies of Libya. And then where that was apparently happened, we see all of this, the desert turned to glass. Interesting stuff.
Do you think that was more connected with solar minimum and maximums and maybe some electromagnetic discharge with plasma, or with the fascish and some kind of directed energy weapon? Because there's a conversation, it could be natural or man-made weaponry.
I think it was from battle. I think when you look at the Sinai has been blackened. Half of the Sinai is black. It's like a line across. Why? There was some sort of a major battle, and that's right where they say the battle between Horus and Set took place.
Yep.
So yeah, I think there was, whether it happened back then is another question. But there was definitely some sort of a conflagration that happened over Libya and the Sinai and over Egypt. When that happened again is another question. But it was definitely technology involved. Absolutely. Even when they talk about the 7 weapons of I can't remember what they call weapons of power or something. There were 7 particular weapons that were hidden because they were too powerful for the people to use. One of them is believed to be still hidden in the Dome of the Rock.
Can you say that? That place is made by giants. Giant coffins, Dome of the Rock.
Oh yeah.
In the modern era, when you look at 9/11 and how the buildings were dustified and turned to white dust, and we look out at Paradise Valley with all the fires that happened on the West Coast, there's a lot of speculation that was taken down with some kind of occulted technology with directed energy weapons. And then you look at the photographic evidence of San Francisco in 1906, or as Martin says, or so they say, or whatever. But you think there's a possibility? It looks like that some of these, the San Francisco fires, are actually has the same evidence of being dustified, and it seems like they had the tech back then, and they have it now back then, and maybe they use that technology against these eras to help in the reset. Definitely. Martin, do you want to run with that one? Because you're the one that kind of unocculted the fascist narrative.
I could show you Boston, San Francisco, I could show you Chicago, and they will give you one narrative, like, Civil War narrative is cannonballs did this. So reduce massive Italian buildings to tiny little bricklets, apparently, from a combustive wave. So it's insane. So we know something else has happened, okay? Now, with meltage, I feel from old maps, my map on the wall as well, got it, the North Africa would have been like the map of Monday, the oldest map apparently in existence, 1290, shows all of North Africa with glittering temples, and this is where all the action is, okay? And a mountain range ripping through it, Kong mountain range, and the whole place is green. And, you see the Fertile Crescent, Renaissance art will show you an area that's supposed to be deserted with all deciduous trees and looking like England, because this place that's what the climate was like then. So something terrible happened to North Africa to reduce it to dust, because it's not sand. North Africa's not sand, it's dust. This is why they have dust storms, because it's dust. Something dusted it all. And I think technology, I really do. Look at this, something that can melt these, turn it to drip. Just stone. Resonation can do it, guys. You can boil water with sound, a loud sound.
That is true.
Yeah, you can. I've seen the experiments. Or you can melt stone. There's loads of different technologies. There's another one, deaggregation using parabolic mirrors firing off one another to intensify sunlight to melt rock as well. but I think this is some sort of technology. It seems to be associated with comets, though. You know, comet runs through, agitates the EM, gets too close, it starts these giant arcings, which cause basically discharge points across the Earth, which we can see, which come two at a time, possibly more, where it bounced. Just the same as you get welding, exactly the same sort of thing. So look at this for a mud flood, though, and it's all solidified above it.
Hey, speaking of comets, what's your theory on what comets might actually be from a geocentrist perspective, or from that narrative?
Yes, I've been researching them 6 years and talking about them, right? So I'm live on a post about 3 years ago. I thought, look, let's have a look what they say they're made of. Now, years ago, they were saying that it was ice, a dirty big snowball, and the tail, 1,000,000 miles long, was tiny little ice particles. Now, into it, they're saying it's a plasma effect. Okay, it's not 1,000,000 mile long tail, and they don't even know if it is agitated or activated when it passes, apparently orbiting the sun. So they changed the entire narrative to comets, guys. So they definitely are really, they seem to come along the same time as these resets, and people just fear them, causing disaster. But what could cause this heat? Yeah, this has got hot wire. Do you know hot wire? You get a north and south. Yeah. So imagine this place, like, if you imagine like north and south, if you think in dialectic terms, if it flipped, if the northern pole, south pole flipped, cause some with the atmosphere, it cause some sort of arcing, like hot wire. So you could hot wire Earth and cause all this, could have fried everything. Or technasmia itself could have misfired, and that could have caused it. Technasmia could have messed up, Antiquitech. All the church devices and all the machinery could have caused a horrendous frequency which agitated or reverberated the entire plane. Can you imagine that? Because Easter Island got reverberated, them things was on the surface, and they're exactly the same 25 foot down. Look, winky-dink. Look at this.
All buildings.
Wow, that is incredible. To think what's
Been a
inside of
global
there.
EMP.
See that, Patrick? These are all ancient buildings. They were like big concrete buildings of some sort.
There has got to be artifacts inside of there.
Absolutely. This kind of evidence is all over the world too, man. And it's just, these are ruins. These are actually ruins. And they would have us believe, Patrick, that the ancients, they just built these big old temples and they lived in caves. They build these big old temples and they lived in caves, and that's totally nonsense. And that's why Tartaria is important, because it shows you that the ancients were far more advanced than academia has presented to us. Absolutely.
Totally agree.
Yeah, the problem is when people think of advanced, they think of Star Wars and they think of, technology advanced. They're not thinking of natural etheric power advanced, just simply having your mind connected to what there is around you. That sort of advancement,
Absolutely.
And that's what I mean, how they've let everything into a mirror. Everything's a reflection of what it should be. It's like this cheap version. It's like, when you even think of our pineal being open and the telepathic powers that we used to have, I firmly would suggest that the tryptophan in everything, the tryptophan that's found in nature, is nature's internet. And when our pineal is active and we have enough dimethyltryptamine in our body to be able to actually connect with things, we have instinct, what they would call instinct. We can literally read the energy of the surrounding field. We can know when there's a tsunami coming, we'll all leave the area, the way the tribal people still do. So that's why we've taken so quickly to the internet, because it's natural to us to have this type of instant communication with everything. We used to have that. And people will look at that when we say they were far more advanced, they were far more technologically advanced than us. I think it was inner technology that they were using. It was a connection to the ether. It was not even what you would call technology. It was just reality. It was just the way things were, And now we've been tricked and we've had that taken away from us. Now we've been given cheap imitations that they call technology, But it was just that it was what we were. It's difficult to explain. It was just a knowing. It was just how it is. It wasn't technology at all. It was just how we are, what we are, and we knew what we were. And we knew that we were connected, and we knew how to harness that. We knew how to literally communicate with the field around us, because it's all an emotional mirror, the whole thing. So, you know, we are capable of just about anything. Anything you want to. The only thing that limits your possibility of what is possible is what you believe is possible. You know, you're limited by your belief systems, because reality could be anything we want. We can do absolutely anything we want if we simply believe in ourselves. But it's a collective thing. So they've got the collective mind of man, and they've led it down this path of complete ignorance. And I think they're falling over themselves at the moment to get us into the mainframe, which is what's causing this huge awakening, this huge surge of enlightenment that's happening, this new renaissance. They're bringing it about themselves, because it's all polarized. Everything has an equal and opposite reaction. And that's the way reality works. So the more negative they make it, the more people are going to wake up, the more alive we're going to become. And it's a good thing. It's the way it has to be, you know?
Absolutely, 100%.
Everyone knew that, this place would be healed, Max, if everyone knew that. You know, God's not listening to you. He's too busy being you.
Yeah. I've often said, if people finally realize who and what they were, we could change the world in a day.
Definitely.
Literally in a day.
All would be healed. The whole thing, the whole game would be healed. If everyone knew that. Yeah. But
that's a really empowering thing. That's a really comforting thing to know.
It is.
You know, and the more negative they make it, eventually people are going to go, hang on a minute. I don't actually have to do any of this shit. You know, eventually even the most mundane and programmed is going to realize that, hang on a minute, this is all fucked up, you know.
Absolutely.
It's a good thing, you know.
Right. What's going on here?
Consent.
Yeah.
Shush.
But perhaps that's what it'll take. Perhaps it's got to get that bad for them to see it, you know. But as long as, you know, that's our role, I think, is to provide a safety net for these people, to let them realize that it all isn't lost. It all has to be this way, because this is the only way everyone's going to wake up. It's the only possible way everyone's going to wake up. And all the people that get lost and get led into the mainframe, well, I feel real bad for them, but that's their choice. That's their sole choice. We place too much attachment on trying to save other people, when really it's a personal soul choice for everyone. That's what this comes down to. All we can do is show them that there's a doorway there. They have the choice to go through it if they want to, and maintain our energy in the right vibration, in the right state, and we'll get through this. It doesn't matter. No stake in the outcome. It's all good. Has to be this way. This is the only way it could possibly be. So yeah, I mean, just face infinity without flinching, and everything's going to be fine. You're going to get through.
So Max, me, you, Martin, we touched on this in our videos, and other people who have been avid and to advocate in Tartaria and mudflood research, the findlings, right, with their technology right now, right? They got all the DNA. They're actually setting up these things like Ancestry.com. They're collecting people's DNA. They're probably collecting people's DNA with these swabs, testing as well. It's probably multi things they're doing. What do you think is going on right now with, you think they...
Looking for someone.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing they're going to do before, right? Collecting all this DNA and do the same thing all over again, but in a much more advanced level.
Yeah, I think they're looking for someone. And also, I think when you're depopulating, it's like you look at Noah's Ark. You really think Noah went and collected 2 of everything and put it on a big boat?
Yes.
Or did they go and collect the DNA of everything?
Bingo.
That in a little storage facility so they can recreate everybody again.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're doing. You know, that's what they're doing. And I think they're looking for someone as well. Looking for the real people. They want to know who the real people are. They want to know where all the awake people are. They're looking, I think, like I said, part of it, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit of a game they play, looking for the last remnants of Hyperborea, which is what I think many of us probably are. We probably come down from that line.
Yeah, it's like getting a buzz on, so I know it's true.
Yeah. It's like playing needle in the haystack, you know? So it's a game for them. You know, it's a game, and they play it in levels, multi-levels. It's a multi-level game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That makes sense, Max. That makes really sense, man. It's crazy. You got the filings and the incubators back in the late 1800s and in the mid 1800s. You got these incubators. They were, mind blowing.
Yeah, and they're taking that to the next level now. They're actually going to be breeding people out of skin cells now. They don't even need eggs and sperm. They want to breed people out of skin cells, put them in these little ectogenesis chambers, and you can grow them in your lounge room, in a little chamber. It brings a whole new perspective to the term "bun in the oven," doesn't it?
Martin, I really like that. I never considered that they might be looking for someone. But to touch back on Noah's Ark, it's very sacred geometrical. What is an arc? An arc is an electrical discharge. It's a curving arc, and the letter N is a representation of a 90-degree arc. The A is a 180-degree arc. The O is a 360-degree arc, and the H itself is the covenant. I did a little animation on this. I'll share it with you afterwards, but it explains what Noah's Ark is.
You see those
So do
cave
you guys
paintings
believe in a global
what they
flood
say
that
of the
happened?
man, some sort of particular man they call him, and he's like that and it's an electrical discharge. The whole thing, it's an electrical discharge, and it's fair. You ever looked at the Thunderbolts of the Gods guys, and they talk about the certain discharges between different bodies and things? I mean, you could cause a mud flood through a plasma event, through an electrical discharge. You could cause a mud flood.
Yeah.
So there's any number of ways this could have been done, whether it's a natural thing or whether it's an unnatural thing, whether they do it. But they might even have the technology and simply know how reality works and still have a lot of this ancient technology. They've simply taken it from us, and they're just running this people farm and looking for the remnants of Hyperborea, playing the game the way they want to play it,
That's it.
But it wouldn't surprise me if it was that as well.
They got the tech, they got everything. They got everything you can even imagine, and they got it. This place is just, like you said, the farm. And the game is really on right now.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely on.
Wilt.
But they've definitely got tech. I mean, I saw, back in 2000, I saw a UFO in the sky. That's why I stopped researching UFOs and all that sort of stuff. I didn't need to know if they were real after that, because I saw one, broad daylight. And it was just there in the sky. It was visible for like 5 minutes. Must have been the size of a football field, this thing. It was quite a long way away. There was a lot of atmospheric distortion. Then it just flicked off like someone flicked a light. And I thought, okay, where'd that come from? Okay, who's driving? So UFOs are real. There is something else going on here. The question is, where do they come from? Who's driving it? Is it little aliens, or is it the government? Where does it come from?
I don't think
it's come in and out of visual reality. I mean, does it come from another dimension? I mean,
the terrestrial.
There's definitely something going on here, and I think these things, and they're just observing. How's the farm going?
They're hiding the technology that they have, like these T3.
Yeah, they've still got it all.
And they got hidden lands. They got hidden lands, like 6%.
Environment where we think that we're just these things that we are. We've got no clue.
No, not even a clue. Not even a clue.
They've got and what they're capable of, and they are so ridiculously advanced that people would not even believe it. Even with the technology that we've got now that we're using, the cell phones and things. I mean, it's no
primitive to what they have. It's primitive to what they have.
They just told us there was an industrial revolution, and they told us that they'd invented the television, and they let us see the gradual progression of this.
And they gave us dinosaurs and laughed at us at the same time. It's mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Exactly, they already had it. You see the thing that I had recently. There was a guy called a new guy who's gotten onto this Antiquitech stuff by the name of Paul Cook. I saw his YouTube channel.
I know Paul. Yeah.
And he showed the pneumatic rail system they have beneath London, and he had a pit drawing of a guy sitting there operating a little device in a mirror, signing his ticket at a distant station in a mirror back in the 1800s or something.
No shit.
They had a form of internet and everything back then as well.
Skype, I remember Skype in like 1920, and it was called Skype as well. So they bring it out now and say this is all brand new. Yeah. Rubbish. Wireless phones as well.
Speaking of some of the Antiquitech and things like that, and a lot of the etheric energy and cymatics and sacred geometry, and this concept that these
Right. Sorry to keep 850 of you in suspense, but that was supposed to be just a taster. I've been going nearly 5 fucking hours here, guys. No, I know I started at 9 o'clock. I'm going up for 4 hours now, so I'm a bit hanging and I need food. Thankfully, I've put myself up a spare cooked dinner, which I'm definitely going to be warming in a minute. I don't care what time it is. I'm starving. So that was a fan-fucking-tastic night, guys. That was except for my audio, which the guy could have turned down, by the way, because it was blaring. He's going to basically fix it, and he's going to send it over to me, 3 hours of it, and I put it up on my channel because it's good enough. Gets very buzzy later on. There is a guy that comes along later, Clive, just fucked the whole thing up by showing documents and stuff. I don't know what he was up to. He contradicted me and fucking Max. I don't know what he was up to. So yeah, he showed up, and the show went downhill drastically after that. But anyway, it was fucking fantastic. It was fantastic. So that will be edited and up on my channel this week. Okay, so you will not miss it, and my volume will not be so fucking blary. Sounded all right when we were on it, just on the playback. Bummer. So yeah, Max. Yeah, well, basically, I've got, like I said, I got a new. I'll grab Max. I speak to him all the time anyway. He's on my Skype. He's my mate. But I get him. He stays away from me because I'm a flat earther. He's like, if I go have anything to do with you, I always have trouble. They all think like that. Even the flat earthers stay away from me. I have trouble. I guess channels like fucked up and stuff just to be in there. They don't mention my name. They just say him. Whatever. Capilocious. That's a delicious name. Capilocious sums up capilociousness, which is epic. We just invented a new word, probably not. Amy Lane, good to see you, my friend. Bill William, the man. I just beamed out Martin. I've been going 4 hours, but I'm all right. I'm just really, really hungry, and I need things. But I was watching that actually. I was quite enjoying it with you and talking in chat and stuff. Sally Scott, excellent, thank you. It'll be better when it's fixed. Okay, I promise you, it'll be done this week. Talk to the guy only today. Okay, he's saying like, do not publish any of that. So I thought, oh, all right, I'll try not to. So I tried not to. Didn't last though. So yeah, Epic Juice. Yeah, what did we have in the beginning? Mirrors. Yeah, no, I've always thought something spooky was happening with them, and it's right through antiquity. I definitely think the Mercury connection with the church organs is a big clue. Think about it, guys. Yeah, taken out in the 1850s and mid 1800s, and technasmia decommissioned. That shit gets put back in there. It's going to alter the sacred geometry and activate antiquitech. I'm almost sure of it, guys. I really am. So, Mercury's definitely a clue. Dawn LeSure, thank you to you for coming by. Butler's Bangalong. Daniel Pollock. And we learned a lot tonight, I feel. Don't you? On a life raft. Tone Deaf. Plasma discharges indeed. Dancing Badgers, good to see you, my friend. Angela, thank you, love. So yeah, Max touched on some cool stuff as well in that flow. He really did. And as I said, perception was quite good. It was just basically one of those just random things, and they're always the best when they're like that instead of planned, I find. Basically, I didn't know anything about it till like 20 minutes before. It's like, we're talking anti-tech, Matt. Do you want to come on? Like, Tataria? Yeah. So that was Richard, who was in chat now, Richard Lopez. So Lance, thank you for popping by. Dalentium, I don't know what that is. Phineas, good to see you anyway. Thank you. Jane from Turkey. I'm entrancing. That was all entrancing. I guess mesmerized watching it with you. I was like, actually, I'm supposed to be keeping my shit together and doing a show. I'm miles away. Watching my own shit. Dana Huber, good to see you. Jimbo, well, go on. See you. Lunderground. Max often talks sense, but I'm still perplexed of whether he is globe or fat. I tell you what Max is, he's not giving a fuck. He talks from a flat earth perspective, though. He knows NASA's all bullshit. He's not a stupid man, is he? So, but for him, it's like he didn't want the shit. I don't think it's for somebody like when you've got 250,000 subs, which you did at the time, and you come out flat earth, you're going to be spending your entire days getting fucked over and spoken to like dog shit, which is what you get when you come out flat earth. It's just terrible as it is. That's the way it happens, and having to debate every fucker. And he's just like, well, I'm not going to do this with my life, so I'll just come out the day after and fucking opt out. Which is what he did. Turncoat did. Like the day after, it was like, holy fuck, you can't do that. You can't just simulation that fucking ass. That's the old like fucking David Icke cop out, isn't it? The old simulation thing. There's no getting away from the fact we got serious absence of curvature here, guys. And they can't get up high enough, and they can't show us anything real from space. It's obviously all fake. It doesn't take like a genius to work all this out, guys. It really doesn't. Have a look, and then watch a Hollywood movie and say, "Oh, they can do all that in the movies." No fucking shit, Sherlock. So they're doing it. It's a fucking movie. I need a coffee. I got one on the machine now. I'm going to go. Otherwise, I'll just start going hypoglycemic and start to shake, pass out. Down from Phoenix. Yeah, man, I got food myself up. I'm like, because I got a really high metabolism, I got to eat a lot. And I surprisingly do eat a lot. You'd be very surprised at my intake of foodness. Yeah. What goes into my hollow legs. And then I got to go and burn it off then. Just like, not keep the fuck still forever. Symphony of Souls, Banging Juicage, Sonia Sweet Testament. That was great as well. Thank you, love. Crotchet Crazy 8, Liddy, dear Liddy. And Anya, awesomeness as well. Mr. Nobody. 1936 was Berlin. I got a year wrong. Okay. Yeah, there's Sky. Dick. Good to see you, my brother. Thanks for your emails. I am Long Frog. Thank you for the wicked super. Thank you, Long Frog. Allah's Rose. I came from you so ill rewind. I came in so ill rewind. I don't know what that means. I hope you're not ill. Are you? Well, I hope you get well soon. Sending healing vibes across the ether. There you are. Spooky action distance is already arrived. It's called Love Bomb. Okay. It's a thing. Flat Earth British. We drop them regularly. Okay. You could just be washing your dishes one day and a love bomb will just explode next to you, and you'll be overwhelmed with a warm fuzzy feeling in your stomach. Amy Lee, Margie, good to see you. So remember what I said about looking in the mirror. Be careful. Okay. Make sure that bastard does what it's told. Like it's the same as what you're doing. Okay, Street Truth. Good to see you. It's not to scare you or anything, but you all use mirrors, don't you? George Abdulina. Good to see my friends. Much love to you. Michael De Silva. How many of you are there, Michael? That might be just the one saying comment over and over. Oh, okay, I get it. I'm getting tired now. Start hallucinating the lack of food. This is what happens. Mystery School. We made it through the audio. Yeah, sorry about the shit audio, but it's going to get fixed. Okay, and you weren't supposed to watch any of that anyway. I'm not supposed to show it. I was being naughty. Glenn. Oh, sorry. Matty, good to see you. I said hi to you. Laura Lambondi. Laurie Lambondi. Anyway, I said it right, I think. Terrible with names. Great with faces. Never forget a face. Fucking terrible with names, Sinead. My son was laughing yesterday. I never talk to the dog owners. I always like, hello, dog, you're lovely, lovely. Do you want to come with me? We're away from your weird owner or anything. I will never acknowledge the owner. I'll say, what's the dog's name? And they will answer back, and I will just basically talk to the dog then. Oh, hello, Charlie. Love to see you. I'll acknowledge him at all. Not all of them, anyway. Some of them are nice. Most people are not, though, as you all know. Babos. Cool and real. And Peter, I can't say that name. Let me attempt it. Stuffy Funzand. Oh, fuck me. Stuffy Sand. Yeah, I'm fucking brilliant. It's fucking, especially stay away from the Scandinavian names. Oh shit, I got one. I can say my own name though. Litska. Do you hear that? Good enough. Rebecca. Yeah. Somebody said in my comments, the first 4 letters is like lied. It's like, that's in English. My name's Estonian. I don't think it actually means the same. You fucking stupid person. Means insignia anyway, a flag bearer. I looked into it. Cheers. Good to see you. Kerry. So that makes sense. Derby. You from Derby? Yeah, of course you are. Derby Jack. Okay. So it's going to be a fantastic week coming. We've got a lot to look forward to on Flat Earth British, as always. Got that. I'm going to have that cleaned up, and I'll be looking forward to that. And I will be back in a day or two. It will not be till next Flatterday. I've given you all a chance to catch up. I'll be catching up with myself as well, guys, okay? Because basically, I sometimes expect that everybody is going to keep up with me. And then I sometimes realize that, hang on, I don't think everyone is. I think I've run ahead here, so I better just slow down. Everyone catch up. So that's what I did. Anyway, peace and love, flat thumbs, much love. Keep your vibration up. And above all, fuck them. Okay, don't listen to them. Yeah, they're all insane. Since when did we take notice of politicians? We all know they're fucking dodgy. They're all corrupt and criminal. It's us that is not. It's us that is not, guys. That's the worst thing about it. Ugh, what a fucking place. So don't forget to get you down. Anyway, okay, keep that vibration up. Anyway, mattiniga7gmail.com. Let me just show you how to get hold of me. I have a website as well, which you find underneath this video, flatearthbritishinfo.com, everything about this subject. And my email address, mattiniga7@gmail.com. Okay. For information, shares, pics, or what have you. I did have a lot more to show, but it'll be on the next post, okay, because of fucking endless hours. Okay. That was fun. I am going to stop now. Anyway, guys, I'll see you on the next one. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I'm off to eat a nice cooked dinner that I made today. It's beautiful. I get an epic cook. Peace and love, flat thumbs. Okay. That was fantastic.